Hello, Cooterville. Welcome back and welcome in. Thank you so much, Flo, for gifting 10 Cooter ships. Thank you so much. Cooter 106 on a Thursday. It's a cold one out there. 17 degrees on the Cape. Here's John Fogerty hitting it out of the park with center field. Thank you, Makasi G. You're the best. And so are you, Flobo. Thank you. You guys, if you were gifted by Flo, please give her a warm thank you in the chat. Thank you so much. Courtney B has been here for 2 months. Thank you, Courtney B, for your support. How you guys doing today? What is it, Thursday already? Can you guys believe it's the end of the month? I can't believe it's the end of the month. I'm like, it's almost February. You're trying to convince your 14-year-old son to dread his hair. He has the perfect hair for it. You don't want to do it? He's got to be committed. Hey, Ballet Flats. Hey, ATS News. Good to see you. Woohoo, Marcy. It's J time. We're getting into the sports today. Hey, Colleen. Hey, Hilson. Hey, Taylor Webb. Abs Maitland. Good to see you. You need some warm vibes. It got cold last night. Hey, Dreams. It got cold down here. It was like 38. Hello, Crochet Mish. Hey, Potato. 1 month to your birthday. It's coming up quick, girl. Blue Jay, thank you for your super chat. She said, hey, Jay and Cooters. You guys see I got a new chair? Thank you, Anonymous. I love it. It's so comfortable. Thank you again, Blue Jay, for your super chat. Let's get the Cooter chat pinned, as I think you guys are going to want to chime in today. Let's get that pinned. He wants to do something. He just doesn't know what. He's had long hair for years now. Let me know what he decides. It does look like a busted Cooter, right? Makasi, I can't disagree. All right, let's get that pinned up at the top. The Cooter chat function. Send a Cooter chat to bypass YouTube and have your Cooter chat read out loud. My chair is a Serta, and it's so comfortable. I can lean back. I got to put my feet down. Watch. Wait. I don't know. It was leaning back yesterday. But it's super comfortable. I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Happy early birthday, Flobo. Good to see you. They're doing some construction outside, so you might hear some machinery. Yeah, it was freezing in Florida. Yeah, check it out on Amazon. Certified rewatcher. Finally, I'm here for the chatties. Yay! Yay, Jen. If you start snoring, we'll know why. Well, if I lay back and you see me with my eyes closed, you'll know why. Hey, Franny. Good morning. Yep, here comes some construction equipment down the road. Can you guys hear that? Listen. It's loud. And for some reason, they're stopped right in front of my house. They've been going back and forth all morning. It is Colleen. Hi, Asphalt Sally. Here it comes. It's loud. It's loud AF. I know. My window's open too, though. But yeah, it's literally, and they're going like 2 miles an hour. So what are you going to do? It's live TV, you know? I need a 10-minute late slip. Lisa Smith, you are excused. You're excused this Thursday. It's chilly. I know. Do they not know I'm live? God. Hey, Penny. Penny sent me a couple of gifts overnight. I got some Coke Zero and some Reese's popcorn. And she wrote on her gift receipt, a christening present for your new toilet bathroom. You are so funny. Guess what? I still don't have a toilet. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done. We got to get some kind of phalange. I don't even know what that is. Some other part. Y'all, my toilet needs to go in, okay? I need my main bathroom back. I am very impressed by your punctuality this week as well. You need it to be Friday. Hey, True Crime. It does sound like a compactor. Hey, Sin. I know, Penny is so funny. No, I don't have a pot to piss in. Yesterday I was like, yes, the shitter's getting put in. I'm going to have a shitter. No shitter. No pot to piss in. Oh, Sin. You're not supposed to be laughing at me. I'm a plumber. You need a toilet flange, bolts down to the floor and the... Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I guess we didn't have that. He couldn't have told us that a week ago. But anyways, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? At the end of the day, hey, Jay, glad to be here live. Glad to have you. 35 in Spokane. You guys, have you been watching the Banfield trial? Put a 1. Hey, Eric, you came down here again? You were down here last year, too. Oh, my God, Anders. Yeah, the wax ring, the phalange, all the things. Hey, wind in our eyes. Dreams, thanks for the reminder. Hit the like button, you guys. So today we are getting into Hidden True Crimes interview with NFL quarterback Scott Mitchell. But before we do that, I did some research. Ooh, I went down the wrong pipe. And thank you, Makasi. It'll be okay. Our neighbor's a plumber, but I don't know why he didn't tell us to get this stuff. I don't know. Anyways, I want to give a shout out to Para Woman Radio. She sent her audience over earlier. She ended like an hour ago, and she sent her audience over. So thank you, Para Woman Radio, PWR. I appreciate that. Well, I've been watching him testify. Dude, the guy should have never testified. He should have never testified. I was done. If I was a juror, I would have been done when he smirked, when he talked about taking the au pair to his bedroom. I know, Para Woman's great. So are you, ATS. If you're not subbed up to ATS News, she is right there in chat. ATS News 11. She does a great job. She stays with the facts. She has a great channel over there. She is. She's very calming, and I love her bird. I personally could never have a bird just like randomly flying around my house. It would scare the shit out of me. But I love how her bird like interacts with her. Yeah, huge mistake testifying. He's smirking when he's talking about his affair with the au pair and the other numerous affairs. Oh, he is so gross. And his parents, Elizabeth, his parents are sitting in the gallery like, he didn't do it. He is like so gross. He kind of reminds me of Elon Musk, the way he looks. I didn't follow Murdaugh, so I can't compare it to Murdaugh, but this dude, he's trying to be like emotionless. And I saw like one of the news articles actually said, or titles of something on YouTube said, emotionless Brendan Banfield. And I turned it on and I'm like, dude, this guy ain't emotionless. He loves his height. He likes to talk about how he's, I'm tall, so it would look like this. It's just so weird. Hey, Felicia. Oh, his lawyer's terrible. And I don't know if he's trying to be terrible or if he's just terrible. Oh, au pair. I never had an au pair. When I had kids, when we hired somebody, it was a fucking babysitter. I ain't au pair status, okay? Anders says, I think ATS is great. Unfortunately, the live's around 2 a.m. for me in Sweden. It's always hard overseas. We have such a time difference. Opa. Yeah, he's got a lot of leakage. That dude. We're gonna go over his testimony when he's all done.
But there was a lot of leakage.
Sin says, what's an au pair? Are you serious? Hi, stay humble. Well, they get these au pairs from overseas, which is so weird to me. I don't know. Okay, so how they described it was they described it as he said she worked 45 hours a week and she could go to the local community college.
Ski Utah.
I'm not French either, Sin. Oui. Hey, Pines. But he said she could go to the local community college, and they bring these young girls that from other countries over here, and they're young, and then they got the husband, and then when the wife's working, the husband's alone with the young girl from overseas. No, I don't like it. It never ends well. A live-in nanny. Just call it a nanny. Why do we have to go au pair? It sounds so sexual. It sounds like au pair. I mean, just call her a nanny. That doesn't sound like sexual or sexy. For God's sakes.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you for being here today. I really appreciate you guys. We got 203 in chat. Let's see if we can get those likes up. You don't like it either? I don't either. Yeah, French is the international language of love. I know, it's so bougie, like we had an au pair. His wife was a peds ICU nurse and used to work with SA victims. I know. So sad. I do remember Louise Woodward. I do. I have friends in Norway who worked in the U.S. as au pairs. They loved the experience and learned English while here. I guess you just have to make sure that you don't get a creepy husband. I mean, you just don't know what you're getting, dude. I feel for victims, but kids and significant others that look their person in the eye that they're supposed to love and trust everything with their lives are taken turns my stomach. Sin says, my guess would have been au pair means 2 pairs of fruit. You like our little heart? That's our little Valentine's heart. I had a nanny and she was Irish and mean as cats hit. You had an Irish nanny? I never had a nanny. When I was in 4th grade, my ass was walking home from school, letting myself in the door until my parents got home from school. Kylie. Are they... Wait a minute. Did they put out an episode about the Wu-Tang? An affair with the nanny is so cliche, like having an affair with the secretary. There was another one that happened in Michigan. Do you guys remember? What was his name? Oh, why am I having a blank? You know who he is, Potato. Michigan. I keep wanting to say Scott Peterson, but is his name Peterson? What's his fucking name? Oh my God. They lived right by me. What's his name? He was having an affair with the nanny, and then he killed his wife. He took his wife to the tool and die shop, and he cut her up, and then he put her in bags, and he threw her at Stony Creek Metro Park. What was his name? Not the staircase guy. Not Drew Peterson. Not Drew Peterson. This was Michigan. Shit, I'm gonna have to Google it. Washington Township, Michigan. Man kills wife, Stony Creek. Let's see. Stephen Grant. Stephen Grant. Her name was Tara Lynn Grant. Yeah, he did the same shit. He did the same shit. Watch.
Hi, everybody. Hank Winchester here from Local 4, along with
Live.
That was the goal.
Right.
In
Always.
We don't want to watch that recap, but he it was in 2007. She was the worker. Here he is. Washington Township, Michigan. A man claims that his high-powered wife just walked down on him after an argument, but when no one ever sees her again, suspicions start to build, especially when detectives see that the couple has an attractive 19-year-old German live-in babysitter. Was this an affair go wrong? Da da da. Yes, it was. So this is Tara Grant. This is the wife. And this is Stephen Grant. And then this is the live-in babysitter. So now that I know his name, Stephen Grant, Michigan. I don't think that he did testify, but oh my God, look at him now. He looks terrible. Terrible. That's him now. Homicide, second degree, dead bodies, mutilation are his sentences. Ugh. And now her children, this is 2021. Wow. Her children are fighting for domestic violence. And when she was killed, her children were just 4 and 6 years old. Attractive and German babies. Right. Crazy, huh? That's what I'm saying. This shit happens all the time. Here's a Crime Watch Daily episode on it. I'll give it to you guys. You can save it to your watch laters if you're interested. There's a whole episode on it. I think I might have a video on it because I was so enthralled. Let me see. It's been years. Yeah, I don't like that description, to be honest with you. Stephen, hold on.
Always.
And, whatever we could do to help the police investigate.
Stephen Grant.
That particular day, he called me.
J
and said,
is
I have
for
this
justice. Tara Grant.
And I remember calling back to you and said, he has the video. Should we leave?
Yeah, here it
the
is.
jail and go to his house? It's about 15 minutes away. And
I do have a video, guys. Look how old this is. 5 years ago. September 2nd of 2020, guys. I have so much on my other channel. I don't even remember.
Tara Grant was a thriving mother, wife, and employee. She traveled a lot for work, leaving her husband and the nanny to care for their 2 children, Lindsay and Ian.
No, he didn't kill the nanny. He just killed his wife.
Tara had an amazing job working for Washington Group International. She was the breadwinner for the family. Although she worked in the office in Michigan, she ran the company's office in Puerto Rico. Before Tara was a Grant, she was Tara Destrompe, who was born and raised.
Look at this is where they
and
lived.
waited for the police to no reason to hold him during 2007.
This was in Carriage Hills in Washington, Michigan. If anybody is familiar with that area, that's where they lived. I'm going to give you the link to this. You guys can watch it at your leisures. All right, let's get into this. Okay, so back to Hidden True Crime and their blown out Cooter logo. I know, I've had different mics throughout the years, Kylie. Okay, so before we get into their interview with Scott, we're going to go over to Denise Rainey. Denise Rainey, 5 years ago, got Chad Daybell's blog off of the internet before it was scrubbed. Okay, so I sound all professional, I know. Save it to your watch laters. Let me know what you think of it. But yeah, she got the blog and she read all of his blog posts from this Chad Daybell website. I do, Penny. Like literally, my catalog on my other channel keeps my channel going. Literally. Literally. Tara Grant, yeah, she's deceased. I know, the poor kids. They went to their aunt, Tara's sister. So anyways, she reads this out, and this is Chad Daybell's vlog, or whatever you call it, blog or vlog, I don't know, blog. It's called Scott Mitchell is Alive Again. And Chad Daybell wrote this on September 2nd, 2015. So before we get into the Hidden True Crime interview, we're going to actually listen to his blog about Scott Mitchell. So here we go.
Number 11 is named Scott Mitchell is Alive Again. Football season is underway, and that always sends me back to the Springville Middle School's gymnasium in 6th grade. 40 boys sat cross-legged on the floor in front of Coach Claire Shipp, our PE teacher. We were about to start our flag football season, and he told us, there might be some of you in this room who will play on the high school football team.
Is it hard to hear her? Would you rather me read it? Because I'm having a hard time following. I don't know why. It's like, I don't know. I'll read it to you guys. Scott Mitchell is alive again. September 2nd, 2015. Football season is underway, and that always sends me back to the Springville Middle School gymnasium in 6th grade. 40 boys sat cross-legged on the floor in front of Coach Claire Shipp, our PE teacher. We were about to start our flag football season, and he told us, there might be some of you in the room who will play on the high school football team. And maybe even one of you will go on to play in college, like Scott Phillips at BYU. We all nodded. Scott Phillips was a living legend to us. He starred at Springville High in the 70s and was a running back for the Cougars at the time. His glory was magnified even more by the fact that his younger sister, Jerry Lee, was in our grade. She would bring strips of paper to school with Scott's autograph on them and hand them out. Sitting a couple rows over from me that day was a brown-haired boy named Scott Mitchell. He would someday surpass all of Scott Phillips' Springville records, have a stellar college career, and play 12 years as an NFL quarterback. And then here's a picture of their football team. All right, let's skip ahead here to the next page. There's Scott Mitchell right there in high school with Chad Daybell. See it? Okay, Scott and I were teammates throughout our younger years, beginning with our first City League tackle football team in 7th grade. We were also on basketball and baseball teams together. His dad, Bill, was usually our coach, and he would bring out the best in us. We were members of the class of 1986. And it was one of those extraordinary classes that emerge every 30 years or so. We were absolutely loaded with athletes. For example, if I, Chad Daybell, had been in the class of 1987, I probably would have ranked among the top 15 athletes. But in the class of 96, though, I was somewhere around 39, landing me solidly on the student council. Har, har, har. We were very talented, but Scott's competitiveness and determination helped push our group to a higher level in every sport. We won state championships in football and baseball, and we narrowly missed winning the basketball title. But underlying all of Scott's athletic success was trouble at home that none of us really knew about. For example, one night after hitting 2 home runs at a state baseball playoff game, he arrived home to find an eviction notice on his front door. His family suffered through many troubles during that time, that most Springville residents were unaware of, and he held it inside for many years. He went on to star at the University of Utah,
Ski Utah,
setting several NCAA passing records. The Miami Dolphins then drafted him in 1990, and he spent 3 years as Dan Marino's backup. You don't say, Mr. Mitchell. Okay, I can't read the bottom here. Oh, Dan. Okay. Dan suffered a season-ending injury. Who's Dan? The fuck is Dan? Early in the 1993 season, and Scott came in and led the team to several victories. He became a free agent and signed with the Detroit Lions. No. Where he teamed up with Hall of Famer Barry Sanders for several seasons. He ended his career. Fun fact, my old boss, my ex-boss, slept with Barry Sanders. Random fun fact. I don't know why she told me that, but she did. Oh, Dan Marino. Got you. Okay. He ended his career with the Baltimore Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals. He later coached the Springville high school football team for 4 years and led the program back to prominence. Meanwhile, he started to gain a lot of weight. Boy got big. Scott and I have often talked throughout the years about publishing his life story, even as recently as 2 years ago. The timing never felt right, though. Then Scott's dad, Bill, passed away from obesity-related issues. And Scott had several meaningful experiences that indicated he needed to change his life. Here's Chad's next line. Scott had ballooned.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
Scott had ballooned to 366 lbs. And he could see himself following his father's path. Is there more? Oh, fuck. Here we go. Last year, he decided to audition for the TV show The Biggest Loser and was accepted as a cast member. He soon became a focal point of the season as he confronted the family and personal challenges that had tormented him for so long. As I watched the show, I felt a strong prompting to contact Scott. I sent him a Facebook message asking, "Is it time we finally do your book?" Or sorry, he would be like, "Is it time we finally do your book?" He quickly responded that he'd been having the same impressions. He happened to be in Utah for a short break before The Biggest Loser finale. So I went to his home and showed him the variety of books Spring Creek had produced over the years. We talked for 2 hours, and it was great to reconnect. Other publishers were interested in his story. And of course, Scott listened to their offers. I waited nervously for a few days for him to make his decision. But he finally called me and said, "Let's go for it. Whoo, whoo, whoo." He didn't say whoo, whoo, whoo. I threw that in. Is this not weird? Lifelong friends, y'all. We took an unusual route in producing Scott's book. We had a court reporter come to Scott's home. She typed away while Scott told his story. He really opened up and shared a lot of things that I'd never known before. I would occasionally ask him questions when we needed clarification, but for the most part, he just talked through the key moments of his life, such as how an unanswered prayer led him to attend Utah instead of BYU. 7 hours later, we essentially had the book. Scott spent a couple of weeks adding stories, refining the text while I double-checked game scores and other details. His wife, Wendy, was a great help in shaping the manuscript, and she helped select the photos that are inside the book. Oh my God, look at the cover. I'm so happy with how the book turned out. I read it again a few days ago simply because it's an enjoyable read. It's the true hero's journey. Scott let his obesity take him to the depths of despair. But he fought back, and he's truly alive again. I have accompanied Scott to several speaking events this past summer. He speaks for about 45 minutes and has the audience laughing one moment and wiping tears the next. Then we sell books afterwards. And as Scott autographs the books for people, it is so rewarding to see how his journey has touched so many lives. In my next entry, I'll share the dream I had showed how eager our kids were to come to Earth, even though I probably could have waited a bit longer. I think that's the end of the Scott stuff. It is. Oh my God. Thank you again to Denise Rainey for capturing those vlog posts. Whew. Okay, so that is actually Chad Daybell's side of things with this Scott Mitchell. So then we fast forward. It does sound like Lauren wrote that, but it's Chad Daybell. Then we fast forward to September 7th of 2024.
Ski, Utah.
Scott Mitchell comes to Lauren and John's house for an interview.
A kitchen table with a very
That's how she starts out. A kitchen table with a very blown out Cooter Productions.
special guest that we're going to introduce here. Most
Hi, Hidden Gems.
of you know, or many of you know that have been with us from the beginning, that we started our podcast at our kitchen table, always saying that we'd be sharing a seat for you, and we recorded.
I have it on 1.25 speed. I don't know why I can't say that. But I have it on 1.25 speed because it's long. If it's too fast, let me know. But if you look up here, there's a picture. Who's that a picture of, guys? Is that John, Lauren, and Banksy?
Our dinner time conversations. That's actually the origin story of Hidden True Crime. And so when we have a very special guest, we oftentimes invite them to sit with us at our kitchen table. We did that, for example, with Heather Daybell, with Kay and Larry Woodcock. And today is no exception. We are doing this now with the Scott Mitchell. Scott is a former NFL quarterback.
It looks like he ballooned again. So he went on The Biggest Loser and lost all that weight, and then he ballooned out again. Damn. Busted Ravioli Production Company.
You played for 12 years?
12 years in the NFL, yes.
What teams?
I was drafted by the Miami Dolphins. Then I went to the Detroit Lions, Baltimore Ravens, and Cincinnati Bengals.
Wow.
He kind of looks like Chad Daybell, doesn't he? I mean, there's a little bit of a resemblance.
Dolphins. Then I went to the Detroit Lions, Baltimore Ravens, and Cincinnati Bengals.
Wow. So quite the career, in other words. And he also is currently a podcast host. What is your podcast?
So I like to call it a streaming sports radio show. It's called The Down and Dirty with Scott Mitchell. So we cover sports from people who know, and we're going to give you the real insight, the down and dirty to really all the sports that you care about. There's a few sports out there that a lot of people like, I don't like, and so we're not going to talk about them.
What about the Olympics?
Okay.
You know, the Olympics, I love the Olympics and I really do. I get really patriotic. I think a lot of people might argue that this year's Olympics was by far the best Olympics. Certainly look, all we care about is the medal count, right? And we just want to do, we get more gold medals in China. That's all we want, right? We want that. And we want to win. I think we want to win swimming too. And then there's the other sports that you're supposed to win, like basketball. And so it's almost like, yeah, okay, we're supposed to win that. I'm intrigued by golf. I like golf. I like golf in the Olympics. The other thing that's really exciting, and so I live in Utah. I live in Salt Lake City, and sports in Utah just grew up. Like we now have the NHL hockey. We've got the NBA and the Winter Olympics, and they were great in 2002, and now they're coming back in 2034, and that is just massively exciting. They're still trying to get baseball, Major League Baseball in Salt Lake. So I love sports. Sports has been an incredible part of my life. Like it's really like it can't
Meanwhile, John looks like a busted a busted can of biscuits over here. Look at her. She hasn't stopped smiling. She's like Smiley McSmileson. Look at her. We have a real star at our kitchen table. Scott, can you sign the kitchen table? Can you autograph the kitchen table, please, Scott? You were in Chad Daybell's presence. Oh my God, let me kiss your feet, please.
Get away from it, and I don't want to get away from it. So it's really been a tremendous thing. So it's fun to talk about for me. It's fun to share my insight and everything.
And she puts him at the worst angle of the camera. So you notice that she's got
thing that I've felt and learned and experienced, and it's really. I wish we could spend, because I know you want to talk about sports, and I want to talk about sports because let's face it, Chad Daybell is not a sport, and so.
John's like,
there's a foreshadowing right there. Put a pin in that.
Yeah. So
wait a minute. Sports. Are they sharing a mic? They're literally sharing a mic.
Love to share it, and that's what I do.
Yeah, no, and John, a lover of sports too. You guys both. John played football. You were never an NFL quarterback.
No,
but
it wasn't.
It's okay. I love you for your brain.
I enjoyed sports. I love sports. I'm still a sports fan.
I love you for your brain. She's like, you ain't good looking. You were never on the NFL, but I love you for your brain, even though you don't work, motherfucker.
Sports too. You guys both. John played football. You were never an NFL quarterback.
No,
but
it wasn't.
It's okay. I love you for your brain.
Big, huge edit right there. Megan has been on Web Sleuths lately, guys.
I enjoyed sports. I love sports. I'm still a sports fan, so I'm looking forward to listening to your show.
Good. Yeah, please tune in.
Many of our guests might be wondering right now, are you guys starting a sports podcast with Scott? How does...
No, people aren't wondering that. They know damn well he's friends with Daybell, and you guys fucking want to lick Daybell's butthole. So yeah, that's what the excitement is.
How does Scott fit into true crime? So here's a little teaser for all of you, because get ready for a fascinating interview, everyone. You also might recognize Scott from, I'll say, The Biggest Loser. You were on The Biggest Loser back when The Biggest Loser reality. What year was that?
I was season 16.
Season 16.
Wasn't trying to be on the show.
How embarrassing. You were on The Biggest Loser and you're sitting there big as a house. Like, okay.
And I loved it. And it was a powerful time for me. There were some cool things that happened that weren't even a part of the show. Unfortunately for me, I wasn't big enough to be the biggest loser, so I couldn't even lose you can't even lose The Biggest Loser. Like, you must be a really big loser if you can't lose The Biggest Loser, kind of thing. That's I say a little tongue in cheek. Great time. A lot of amazing people, amazing experiences. It was a wonderful thing.
He wrote a lot about. This is his book. I just want to show that he wrote a lot about being on The Biggest Loser in this book. And let me tell you who this book is published by. Let's just let people know.
Please don't.
Oh, I'm gonna let him know. He portaled here today. So Spring Creek Book Company is the...
Okay, so let's talk about this. She says, I'm gonna tell him who published this. Hey, Tootis Badootis. Listen. He says, please don't, as he laughs his ass off, his Chad Daybell looking ass. Har, 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 har. Really? Elizabeth said, no joke, when I first started looking into the Daybell case and found HTC, I thought these two were kin to Chad. This was September 7th, 2024. So this was just last year, or 2 years ago. September 7th, 2024.
Just let people know.
Please don't.
Oh, I'm going to let him know. He portaled here today. So Spring Creek Book Company is the publisher of your book. In other words, Chad Daybell's publisher. And when you refer to growing up in a small town, you're referring to Springville, Utah.
Yes.
And you also, I'm going to have to say it, you thank Chad Daybell in the foreword of this book. Thank you to Chad Daybell and the staff of Spring Creek Book Company for their hard work. So there you go, everybody.
Oh, well, yeah. The awkward, what is it? A pregnant pause? The awkward silence there after.
Yeah, it is a little awkward. I mean,
do you make that? Look, now it's extremely embarrassing, to have been associated with Chad. I cringe. Now it's extremely embarrassing.
He said said it's extremely Oh shit. I think he's even blushing, y'all.
To have been associated with Chad.
It's extreme. I have questions, sir. He says he cringes.
Look, now it's extremely embarrassing, to have been associated with Chad. I cringe about it all the time, kind of. I mean, it's, I never, in the moment when Chad was writing a book, when he spent 2.5 months in my house, when his wife Tammy.
What? 2.5 months in your house? Wait, what?
Never, in the moment when Chad was writing a book, when he spent 2.5 months in my house, when his wife Tammy was sitting there every day, she was on a computer and she was typing all of the, editing stuff and making corrections. And I never thought in a million years that she would be dead. It would.
Wait, what? Why did she need to sit in your house to type? Didn't they bring a court reporter in, Chad said? I thought a court reporter came in.
Stuff and making corrections. And I never thought in a million years that she would be dead. It would be because of him and that he, murdered 2 other children. And I mean, so how am I supposed to know? No one's going to know that. No. But now it's embarrassing. Now it's just cringeworthy. I just hate it. There's nothing that he did.
I hate it. He says I hate it. Yes, they're at the dining room table, Sin.
Nothing that would lead me to believe, oh yeah, this guy's is it a mass murder when it's multiple people? I mean, what is the actual term of a person? I mean, I want to get my
terms right.
Oh my God.
I think just referring to him as a murderer
as
probably gets the job done.
Cover everything.
Yeah.
That's funny, huh? Does that cover everything? John, yeah. Fist pump. Let's chest bump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But technically, yeah, the definition would be
serial killer for him, though. It's not a mass murder in this situation. It's a serial killer, right?
Yeah, a serial killer would be when you kill people over a period of time. A mass murder typically would
be someone like at one point.
It would be like Stephen Paddock at the Mandalay Bay at the concert that killed a number of people at the same time. So.
Yeah, so I mean, I can think of a lot of other people I grew up with that I'd say before Chad, but
you're not going to mention any names.
No,
I take it.
No. Yeah, it's just really embarrassing. And for me, writing.
He does sound like John DeLynn a little bit. I hear it.
The book was just something that I'd felt and wanted to do for a long time, and it's fun to share the moments of my life. I think some of them are interesting and unique and whatever. And so having that experience, but I can tell you when we were doing the book that there was this conflict that we had, and that he was trying to paint me and my life in a picture that was perfect. And it was like, and I go, look, my life has not been perfect. And I don't want people to think that it's been perfect. I've had some very embarrassing things happen, disappointing things happen. There's things, boy, I wish I'd have done that different. I could have been better in a lot of situations. And so he wanted it to be, well, you got to know your audience, and your audience is an LDS audience. And I go, no, look, no, my audience is people. I don't want to paint this false fake. I don't think LDS people would appreciate that. And I'm very LDS. Like, quite frankly, a lot of why I've even spoken in the past and everything is because Chad Daybell does not represent what being an LDS person is to me. And it was embarrassing. It was, humiliating. It was just like, how could you portray something that's it's such a good story, such a good message for me personally, has brought so much hope and peace, and you've just dismantled that in such a horrible way. And for a guy who wanted to create this image of looking like a good guy, he certainly blew it in a big way and just damaged so many things. I mean, I think of Heather Daybell, who you've had on, and I don't know Heather. I mean, she was younger than I was, grew up in Springville. And for that to kind of be part.
Paul Sorensen said he was hosting a radio show in Salt Lake City on KSL. The night that they announced Chad Daybell had been arrested, he gave his opinion on it. He was surprised.
Of what she shook her faith, that's sad to me, that it can have that much damage on people, because my faith teaches me so many different things. It teaches about hope, and it teaches about, Christ said, I didn't come here to condemn you. I came here to redeem you. So he's not, it's not about killing people. It's about helping people. And I just, it's just really sad that someone got so far out of bounds and so far. I mean, I just,
he said out of bounds.
Try to rack my brain about Chad. Like where did you go off the rail? Like at what point? And then at what point did you keep going further off the rails? And at what point did you get where you decided to murder people? Like I can't, I mean, in my most hated people that I know in the world, I've never imagined ever killing them.
Okay, sir. I don't think you're quite the spokesperson for LDS right now. In my most hated people, I'd never want to kill them. Why do you hate so many people, sir? And you never thought he was weird? You didn't think it was weird when he was a cemetery sexton? You didn't think that was weird? Hang on, I'm going to show you a couple pictures that I guess Mr. Scott here didn't think was weird. Here's 2 pictures for you. And it's important to note that Chad Daybell was a cemetery sexton in Springville. Here's one. Why isn't it working? Here's one of them. Because no, that's not weird at all, is it? How about this one? Here's another one with an actual worker. Like, what is this? Is he photoshopped in there? Like, what in the hell? A cemetery sexton is someone who digs graves. You hate lots of people? Really? I try not to hate. I try not to have hate in my heart. But yeah, it was in Springville. At the little Springville Cemetery is where he worked. 1 foot in the grave, his giant New Balance shoes. Right. That's weird, right? Zoinks.
People that I know in the world, I've never imagined ever killing them. I can't wrap my brain around that.
When you and I spoke on the phone for the first time, you said something actually that I won't forget. You said, since this has happened, since Chad Daybell was in the news, there isn't a day that's gone by that you haven't thought about this. Is that true?
It's really true. And it's not like I'm trying to think about it. Like I don't spend I'm busy. I got a lot of life. I'm living I've got a good life, got a great life, wonderful life. And so I don't consciously go, all right, let's talk about Chad Daybell today. But it comes up. Yeah. It comes up at the most odd moments. And there is one reoccurring theme that always comes up for me. So I'll be anywhere, it doesn't matter what I'm doing. And I'll be, okay, this whole entire day that I've been out having fun, working, not working, sitting it doesn't matter. I'm free. I can go do whatever I want. I can go do nothing. And yet I'm still free. And this whole
Why wouldn't you be free, dude?
Time, just today, but every day I'm free and he's not, and he never will be again. And that's just really stuck with me. And how much time has passed since he was arrested on the day when they found the children in his backyard. And he's never been free since that day. And I think of all the days and all the moments and the years that have gone by since then, and all the life that I've lived and the wonderful things that I've experienced. And it's been great. And he's in jail. It's just been one of the really powerful, stark messages or moments or impacts from this. And I don't forget it. And I do it crosses my mind.
I agree with that, Paula Kendall. She said the pro LDS slant feels like why he's being interviewed. His comments about murder feel weird and misplaced.
Often.
He's like,
you had
I'm
mentioned
free.
that you were just thinking about something about Chad Daybell the other day. Was it about that issue or was it something different?
There's always stuff that pops up. Like one of the things in his trial that I haven't, because I listen to you guys. You guys are amazing. Love what you do. And you know, because I paid attention to the trial because of course. And it was when Chad's mom testified, and it wasn't dramatic. She didn't say, and no one said, "Oh, well, that was what she dropped the bombshell there." You know, that was. But it's that she said she testified. And it just hit me one day. It was like, because moms are moms. Moms love their kids, right? And they love them in a way nobody else does. And to have your mom essentially testify for the prosecution, and it wasn't earth-shattering what she said, but she testified to tell the truth. And I think in some way, and this is my own opinion, I haven't talked to Chad's mom, I think it was her way of saying, you know, it's the truth is important and we got to get to the truth. And, you know, and that's what I would want to say to Chad. Like I've thought a lot about actually going and seeing him, trying to get a hold of him, whether it was calling him on the phone or literally going to see him and just say, look, can we have a real conversation? Like, don't give me the BS. Don't give me your spiel. Don't give me all that stuff. Look me in the eye and tell me what you're doing is true and right and good. And you know, it's not. So quit it. Give up the facade, knock it off. And I think it was in some way his mom, the truth is really important here. And I think it was his mom's way of maybe saying it a little bit to him, Chad, own up to this. And, you know, I don't, you know, just be a man about it and make it right.
Right. It was her saying, wake up.
Yeah. 1,000%.
Another thing you shared with me on the phone, and honestly, I think this entire interview is going to cover this. It's not going to be one answer, but you said you're still just trying to figure it out. Like, as you say, you would have never thought Chad Daybell would be the guy that is sitting behind bars and for the reason.
So when you grow up in a small town, and I loved it.
I wonder if he saw this when he lived there. Hey, Crush under Crusher. Good to see you this morning.
I love growing up where I grew up. It was unbelievable. Like there was no sense of crime at all. You went to the grocery store and you didn't lock your door. I mean, you probably leave your car open with the window open, and you know, and if someone came by and took your car, it's probably because they needed a ride. And you just get your, you know, there was never, you know, murder was never. I mean, nothing. And we just roamed the streets. Just come home when it's dark, you know, and all that stuff. And it was wonderful. It was just truly remarkable. So it's really hard to wrap your brain around someone that you grew up with in a small town, getting to like where he got to. Like for me, I can't wrap my brain around, you know, that I knew someone or that he was, you know, someone who I mean, I have so many connections that I didn't realize I had with Chad. And in fact, I was thinking of one driving here today. I remember because he talked in his book, right? And I wanted to figure out, where does this guy come from? How did he get to this point? Where do you do this? And he talked about being really good at sports when he was first starting out in baseball. And he talks about hitting like home runs and all of this stuff. And I remember reading, because I read this book.
As have we.
Just to understand, right?
Lauren, as have we. We've all read Chad's books.
And I know a lot of people are like, why would you even read any? Like, I'm trying to understand because that's why I'm here, quite frankly, John, is you got to help me understand who this guy is, because I don't know. But
did you play sports with Chad Daybell?
Well, so he talked about how great he was at baseball his first year. And I'm like, I don't remember that. But driving here today, I actually remember him being really good at baseball. And that was an accurate thing. And when I say this was like our first year of organized baseball, like for me, I was terrible when I first started playing baseball. I was horrible.
Yes, this is the guy we heard the audio on with John. I forgot to say that. Remember we listened to the audio only podcast? This is the same guy, the ESPN, where John was on the phone and it was really awkward.
Beyond T-ball. And
it was the first year after T-ball. So it's your first year where like the players actually threw, you know, we never had coach pitch. We had player pitch.
Okay.
And he was, I remember now, I can see him running around the bases and going, this kid, you know, and then after that, it was like we all just went right by Chad as far as. So he was never in sports. I think I have a picture of Little League.
Are you in either of those photos?
So I have no. Man, look at that hair though. Is that? Oh, there's Chad right there. Look at that.
So just to clarify,
right
just to clear, I just
have
for the record here, you're saying there was a moment, there was maybe a year or so when Chad Daybell was actually a better athlete than Scott Mitchell.
That would be an accurate assumption.
That alone is going to stun people.
Yeah, and so that was a tough time for me.
And while this, as you say, is embarrassing that you knew, not only did you know him, but then as adults, you said, yeah, you know what, Chad, help me write my book, which this is Chad's book, not your book.
So,
grab and I want to say this, we both read your book. It's quite good. And so I have questions now too, because as someone that's read a lot of Chad Daybell's books,
right.
Unfortunately, and John and I have spent a lot of time kind of mocking sort of how bad they are, honestly. And I liked your book. I actually read your book, and John liked it too, and it was quite good. And I have like a lot of questions here, like why did he not promote your book more? I don't know. We'll get into that. There is so much to just, I guess, unpack here. I want to let people know. But your book is really good, and it's actually inspiring. And did Chad write it then, or did you write it, or did he?
So in his book, so his book, he talks about an experience he had with me.
He does.
And that was really creepy to me, by the way, because it's not the truth. What he told in his book is actually not. I know it's a shock to people that it's actually not the truth, but it wasn't how things actually happened.
We learned about you back in early 2020 by reading Chad Daybell's book.
Yeah. And and I have some theories as to why I was in his book. But to get back to your question about my book and how it's different. Chad didn't write my book. I actually wrote my book. It's actually from my own words, my own mouth. I did it in a unique way. Sat down with a court reporter. It was my idea to do that. It wasn't Chad's. And so literally, that's a little foreshadowing, right? To Chad to be around court reporters typing. I just realized that. I didn't even think about that till this very moment.
There's more foreshadowing in your book about the mortician story, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
Why do they think this is so funny and lighthearted about Chad being a murderer? Like, it's not funny. I don't like their tone. Hey, Jen Fisher, good morning.
Yeah,
Can
I think about that?
I could have either been a garbage man or a mortician,
yeah,
which was mortifying to me, by the way. It's like that's what I have to look forward to.
I know. Well, that's like when you apparently decided, you told the guidance counselor, no, I'm going to be a professional football player.
Yeah. But then Chad Daybell, essentially, he didn't become a mortician, but he worked in a graveyard. Let me just read so this is Chad Daybell's autobiography, Living on the Edge of Heaven, Spring Creek Book Company. The irony is it was published shortly after yours, and then he spent a lot more time promoting his book than your book, which I find interesting as well.
We've got a cooter chat.
1. Poop emoji, toilet emoji, flange for your shitter.
Thank you. Thank you for the flange. Thank you, Pines.
We'll get into that. But this is what he says. So you tell us that what isn't accurate about this. Interesting dreams about Scott Mitchell, which, can I just say, that's like a little weird. That's already, that had to give you pause too.
Yeah, I don't dream about me.
You probably don't have interesting dreams about Chad Daybell though either. And if you
never had a dream about Chad. No.
John's like, I have. Ugh, the way look at John giggling. Ugh.
That's already, that had to give you pause too.
Yeah, I don't dream about me.
You probably don't have interesting dreams about Chad Daybell though either. And if you
never had a dream about Chad. No.
So interesting dreams about Scott Mitchell. As I explained earlier. Oh, so I skipped something. Did I skip one part of him? As he explained earlier,
she's all
NFL
over the place.
Quarterback Scott Mitchell and I were friends growing up. Not buddies who hung out together, but definitely friends. He and I were often on the same basketball and baseball teams, and his dad, Bill, was usually our coach. I had closely followed Scott's football career. So there you go. He was following you intensely in your football career. He went on to excel at the University of Utah, setting several NCAA passing records.
Hey, Hawkeye.
The Miami Dolphins then drafted him in 1990, and he spent 3 years as Dan Marino's backup. I assume that much is true. When Dan suffered a season...
can we just stop for one second?
Yeah, stop.
Okay, so that's what we just read before we started. this?
Because it kind of grates on me. We weren't friends growing up.
Okay.
We were.
Okay, so he's like, wait a minute. We were not friends. Chad says y'all were friends.
Acquaintances. It wasn't like I had friends. I can tell you their names. I would go to their houses to play. We would go play in the park. We would hang out together. I'd go to their house. They would come to my house. Those were my friends. Never, ever one time did it happen that I was his friend. And that now, were we on sports teams together? Yeah. And there's probably other kids that were on those same sports teams that were not my friends. We were teammates for a period of time, but an acquaintance because we went to school together, but we were not.
Kylie.
Now, as I reread that back.
So the rest of it's true. The rest of it's true, but that part is not. And it's weird because this bugs me. Like it really does. The whole thing really bugs me.
No, he's a serial killer now. It bugged me too. The way he clarifies it. We were friends growing up. Well, and then he explains, well, not buddies who actually hung out together.
Right.
But we were definitely friends. But then he gives no context.
We're definitely not friends.
And the fact that you were not buddies who hung out together kind of shows us all that, I guess. Yeah. Thoughts, Dr. J, or should I just keep going?
Keep going. I think the more interesting part is.
She called him Dr. J there. Is that good, Dr. J? Oh, he reminds you of Scott Peterson. He does a little bit.
When he talks about the dream.
Okay, we'll keep going.
I have a theory about why this was in here. Can I just share it?
Go ahead.
I moved away from Utah, moved back to Utah, and I've run into people that I played football against in high school. And most of them say, yeah, I picked you off in high school. I got an interception off of you. And it's like, if all the people that I ran up to who told me they intercepted me in high school, like, how would I ever get recruited to play? Like, and there's this using another person's status to.
Oh God, here we go. So he's going to claim that Chad Daybell used his status and he was used by the dumbbell.
Establish credibility for yourself when you don't have any credibility. And that's what this really felt like to me as I read this, because that book came out after the book that Chad published for me. And by the way, Chad published a book. I'm like, okay, well, how are we going to promote this? You were asking those questions. And he goes, we had this strategy and it was working. It was fun. And really all we did, we went to Costco. They ordered 200 books and I'd sit there on a Saturday. People come in and they buy the books. And
oh my God, they did. The book signings were at Costco, y'all. Samples and Scott Mitchell Saturday. Sample and Scott Mitchell Saturday at Costco.
Costco. They ordered 200 books and I'd sit there on a Saturday. People come in and they buy the books. And it was fun. I didn't really write the book to make money off of it. I really wrote it because I just had this inside of me. I just wanted to put it on paper and get it out there. That was more of the reason. And then we were not long into this and Chad just goes, yeah, I'm shutting down my publishing company and I'm moving to Idaho. And I never talked to Chad again ever after that moment. And so then all this stuff comes out and like Chad's been accused of all these things. And I'm like, what's going on in Chad's world? And I heard, I watched a Dateline and Keith Morrison said, all you need to know about Chad Daybell is in the edge of heaven. I'm like, what's the edge of heaven? Like, and so that's when I got the book and I started reading his book going, well, he didn't shut his publishing company down because he just published a book about himself. And then I started reading all this.
Paula Kendall says it feels like PR to distance himself from Chad. What do you guys think of that?
Stuff about the dreams he had and about my and I'm like, I'm in a book that Chad Daybell wrote. And like, he never even talked to me about being in his book. And I was like, and so that's when I started to put together, okay, this is who Chad is. Like he has no credibility and in his soul, he knows that. But he can kind of fool the people by telling, well, you know, hey, I grew up with a guy who played in the NFL. Who not many people can say that, right? And so, wow, you must be very important. You must, you know, and you were buddies, you were friends, you were whatever. And people are going to pay attention to you more. They're going to give you some level.
Dude, I don't think he was even that good of a football player, was he?
Of respect that maybe you couldn't get otherwise.
It's called name dropping.
Right.
You know, social.
Oh, you should know. You should know you're the queen of name dropping. Oh my God. You hear it's called name dropping. You would know.
Of respect that maybe you couldn't get otherwise.
It's called name dropping.
Right.
social proof. John, you've actually talked a lot about that when it comes to Chad Daybell, that he did like the who's who
status
and the name dropping. And I think you nailed it with status. Anything you want to add to that? Because it is true. I see this as, when I read it the first time and I had never talked to you, I saw it as a name drop too, as a status, and I think looking back, I think I did giggle when he said, we were not buddies. We didn't hang out, but we were definitely like quantifying your friendship or your not friendship.
There were 288 students that graduated in my class.
Oh, you knew Chad.
A lot of them I went to school with.
Listen, you knew him your whole life. You knew him since you were little boys, just out of T-ball. You ain't fooling nobody, dude. I went to Romeo High School. We had about 200 in our graduating class. So I can literally picture the size of the school. And I pretty much knew who everybody was. I wasn't friends with everyone, but I knew who they were.
From elementary school, kindergarten, all the way through high school. You know everyone. It's not like we had 1,500 people in our graduating class. We knew each other. And when you live in a small town, you all do all the things. You go to church together, you play sports together. Everyone associates with everyone, but you're not necessarily friends with.
So Chad was a wannabe.
With everyone. I had my group of friends. I'm still friends with them today. And they're not Chad, never were.
He's a wackadoodle.
I think there's no question that he wanted some measure of fame. It might have been.
Well, you let him stay at your house for 2 weeks. His wife was in your house typing, but you weren't friends? Right.
Fame within the LDS community, but it was still fame. So we know from talking to a source very close to Chad that he wanted that he saw himself as special. He was writing these books, which were getting some attention.
Who's the source close to Chad? Look at Lauren. Don't give away our source. Don't tell them that we're obsessed and we're writing them. Don't tell them that. Look at her face. Hold on.
I think there's no question that he wanted some measure of fame. It might have been fame within the LDS community, but it was still fame. So we know from talking to a source very close to Chad that he wanted that he
Who's their source? Chad was Scott's au pair.
He saw himself as special. He was writing these books, which were getting some attention. So I think that's part of it too. I think he felt like he was maybe not like a super well-known author, but he was an author and he was somewhat well-known. And
I went to school with Kid Rock and I just call him Bobby.
Maybe given your status of being an NFL player, he saw
Harry
those two as connected.
Sarah?
Don't you think, like, when you say I'm an author, like that's to me sounds like it has status, like I would have respect for someone. I mean, I wrote a book, right?
Yeah.
But I don't go around going, yeah, I'm an author too. I actually don't ever promote the book. I barely talk about it. It's my life. There's some stories in there that happened in my life that
He's all
mean
red.
a lot to me. But Chad got a perfect score on his ACT. Like, I would say Chad would be successful in his life.
How do you know what his ACT scores were? Unless he put it in his book.
Great student. He was on the student council in high school. I would say he was a person that probably would have done something significant in his life. The class that I went to, it was a really good class. I mean, we had some people that, we have doctors and a lot of successful people, really, we won state championships in sports. Our swimming team was really good. Our band played at Ronald Reagan's inauguration, and it was just across the board. Our whole class was
interesting,
was pretty unique.
So the Springville band played for Ronald Reagan's inauguration. Isn't that interesting? Of all the schools, they picked the LDS school. Or is it because they won something? I mean, why? What's up with that? What's all these political connections? At the end of the day, there is night, says Scott is full of shit.
Team was really good. Our band played at Ronald Reagan's inauguration, and it was just across the board. Our whole class was pretty unique and special. And so I would have looked at Chad, more so to be a person that probably would have gone on in his life and done very well in whatever he did.
Yeah, Anders, that was him.
I would never have seen him as a person that would, be where he is now. I just wouldn't. I would have seen it a way different way.
Yeah, that's one of the things we talk about a lot is, did Chad Daybell break bad? Was he fundamentally this guy that was good and wanted to do good, and
did Chad
just
Daybell
went down the
break
wrong path
bad?
at some point?
So I have a theory.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to hear it.
I really do have a theory.
Okay.
What's your theory, Scott?
Because I really do think about this. I don't want to. I don't think about it, but I do. And one of the things is, it feels like to me, this whole idea of, okay, I want to do something special in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he realized in talking to people that he could convince people of a narrative. And the narrative, like, because his novels, they're fiction, right?
Yeah.
But they were based on factual events. Mm-hmm. And there were other LDS authors, that work in the glory, and and so it's a novel based on real events, which I actually kind of like those types of books. It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of interesting to me.
Oh God, there's some leakage here. He's read all the books, which is a little odd to me.
And I think he was at first kind of modeling this or copying it or whatever, and then I think there got to a point where he goes, I'm not sure where fantasy, fiction, and reality switch, because I can name drop. I think he did it when you mentioned about LDS leaders.
Yeah.
And I think he name dropped those, quoting apostles and prophets and all kinds of things, and using kind of a half truth to kind of perpetuate his lie. But I think there came a point when he realized, I can lie to people and they'll believe it as being true. And I really think there was a point that he got, I don't know whether it was confused, I don't know whether it was on purpose, but I think he realized, I can really fool a lot of people into believing some pretty crazy stuff. And I think he said it so much, I think he started to believe it to himself, where he just lost that line of what is real and what is fiction. And he had a narrative that fit him, and trying to, get to some result. Like, I think with Lori, he's like, I finally had a cute girl that paid attention to me, and I'm going to say whatever I can, so she's going to be with me.
Flo says there is no evidence that Springfield School played at Reagan inauguration, according to Google. I think it's Springville, Utah.
The point of, well, my wife's going to die early because I can't divorce my wife because I'm a good LDS guy, and that would look bad.
Right.
And so he can create this narrative of telling half truths and spinning things so much and so often to the point where he just goes, it becomes his truth. It becomes his reality.
There's a term for that in psychology. It's called the sleeper effect. If you tell a lie often enough, and even though if you know it's a lie or it's fiction, if you do it over and over and people are believing it or seem to be believing it, then sometimes you start believing it.
And I question myself, like, am I buying my own BS? And I seriously, I seriously asked myself.
Okay, hold on, I found it. It says right here. This is about the band instructor. He received a standing ovation from district employees for his performance in one of the state's strongest band programs. His students had won countless awards and a trip to Washington, D.C. for a presidential inauguration. The band was asked to play in Washington, D.C. for President Reagan's second inauguration in 1985. The weather was so cold the students couldn't march in the parade, but they played at another ceremony marking the occasion. So it did happen. Thank you, Flo.
Because I don't want to end up getting to the end of my life and going, you are so clueless about reality. Like, dude, you are so far off the rails. And I don't want to get that way. And because
yeah, what did he say about the cute girl? Hold on.
I finally had a cute girl that paid attention to some result. Like, I think with Lori, he's like, I finally had a cute girl that paid attention to me.
So he's saying that his wife wasn't cute. That's so fucking rude, dude. She's dead. I finally had a cute girl pay attention to me.
Result. Like, I think with Lori, he's like, I finally had a cute girl that paid attention to me, and I'm going to say whatever I can, so she's going to be with me. And to the point of, well, my wife's going to die early because I can't divorce my wife because I'm a good LDS guy and that would look bad.
Right.
And so he can create this narrative of telling half truths and spinning things so much and so often to the point where he just goes, it becomes his truth. It becomes his reality.
There's a term for that in psychology. It's called the sleeper effect.
Go on.
If you
there's a term for that. It's called the sleeper effect.
Tell a lie often enough, and even though if you know it's a lie or you know it's fiction, if you do it over and over and people are believing it or seem to be believing it, then sometimes you start believing it.
And I question myself, like, am I buying my own BS? You know? And I seriously, I seriously ask myself, because I don't want to end up getting to the end of my life and going, you are so clueless about reality. Like, dude, you are so far off the rails. And I don't want to get that way. And because I can spin a tale, like I can tell a story and I can, you know, and you know, I can sell things to people, but self-admission, leakage. I can spin a tale. Oh, I'm sure you can. And I don't want to get that way. And because I can spin a tale, like I can tell a story and I can, you know, and you know, I can sell things to people, but I really, really try to be true and authentic and real in my assessment of me. He has to try to be authentic and true and real. Wow, bruh. Really try to be true and authentic and real in my assessment of me and where I am and how things are. And part of it is because of what I've seen with Chad.
Well, you didn't come in here and tell us right away that you were drafted by the Miami Dolphins and instantly you beat up Dan Marino for starting quarterback. So
no, Chad Daybell told us that.
I didn't have the feeling that you weren't being truthful.
Well, okay. So,
or maybe you did.
Okay. So there's a lot there because, you know, when I was done playing football, it was almost like I don't know if it's embarrassment to say it. Like I just, or you felt like you were bragging about. So I just very rarely talked about, unless someone was interested. If someone wanted to know what I did or who I was, then I'd share information. But I certainly haven't gone out and led with, you know, I'm not wearing my jersey or, you know, paraphernalia from when I played. Because you know, as great as, because it doesn't fit you. You can't wear your jersey or your paraphernalia from when you played. You're 5 times the size you were then. My God, I can't with this guy. Professional sports was an incredible experience. I just feel like there's so much more to me as a person.
Yeah.
You know, and if I'm just defined by that I played professional football, that would be kind of limiting. And
right.
I think there's just more to what I love in life and who I am than just that. So
and that comes across in your book, by the way. So I don't think we said the title, but the book is Alive Again. And both Lauren and I both read this, and I was really quite moved by it. So look how small he is on the book cover. I don't wear my jersey anymore because I don't want to show off. Okay. And it does come across that you're not one-dimensional in your book. So yeah, and oh boy, I had this really interesting relationship with my dad. Where my dad did so many great God, not daddy issues things for me in my life. And Chad mentions my dad in his book as a coach. And my dad was a coach, and I hated it. I hated that my dad was one of our coaches because it's, and my friends love my dad. They were like, he's our favorite coach of all time. I've had so many of them. If your dad had not helped us coach, we would have never won a state championship in football. And I was like, and I hated that my dad was my coach at that time. And I've coached my kids in sports and had wonderful experiences with my kids, but I was mad at my dad at the time. And so my dad went through this process of dying slowly, and it was because of being overweight. And I watched it, and I watched him for a period of 6 years just have horrendous things happen to his physical body. And I was with him when he was about to die, and we were in the hospital, and they're like, he probably has 20 minutes, maybe a couple of hours. So I'm sitting with my dad knowing he's going to die at any time, and I'm going to say goodbye. And I don't know what to say, because I thought that this wasn't going to happen, and I thought he was going to get better, and he didn't, and I didn't really understand. And how do you say goodbye
Like you only get one shot at this. And I'd made my amends with my dad, and we were really close when he did die. And we were in this room, and this nurse shut the door to the room to give us some privacy, and a picture of a butterfly appeared. And I just said, Dad, you're like an old, worn out caterpillar right now. And your body's ravaged, and it's going to go into a cocoon. And someday you're going to come back again, and you're going to be this beautiful butterfly. And it just gave me this peace with my dad dying, knowing it wasn't forever. And from my faith, I know that he'll live again, and he'll be whole. And shortly after that, I went on The Biggest Loser, and I was like my first day on the show. And I'm being interviewed like we're being interviewed right here. They set up all the cameras, look just like this. And as they start the interview, how do you feel about being overweight? And how do you feel about being fat? And how do you feel about being on TV? And how do you, so we're starting this interview, and a butterfly flies out of the air and lands on the trainer's shoe. And I just lost it. I was just like, but through that whole experience, and there were a whole lot of other things that happened, I felt like it was my dad saying to me, you don't have to die like I did to be that butterfly and to find that greatness that's in you. And that's the cool thing about the caterpillar, right? The caterpillar doesn't go get plastic surgery. It finds.
How did we get here? What? The caterpillar doesn't get plastic surgery? What? How did we get here?
About the caterpillar, right? The caterpillar doesn't go get plastic surgery. It finds within its own self this transformation and what its true potential can be. And there's this process of morphing, and this process of going through struggles. Think of a caterpillar, it's like ugly. Like no one, birds want to eat it. Fishermen want to put it on a hook kind of thing. And then
God, and he called his dad a worn out caterpillar, and he just said caterpillars are ugly. They're not ugly. I love caterpillars. This is such a weird analogy. Yeah, they're interviewing him because he knew Chad Daybell. Help me.
Birds want to eat it through struggles. Think of a caterpillar, it's like ugly. Like no one, birds want to eat it. Fishermen want to put it on a hook kind of thing. And then it morphs into this.
It makes you want to put it on a hook kind of thing? The fuck?
Incredible creature. And that's really what my book's about. It's not about light and dark spirits and destroying things.
Light and dark secrets? People don't fish with caterpillars, dude. They turn into butterflies. They're beautiful. They're lovely. They're magical.
Things. It's like within all of us, there's this true greatness, and we can find that today.
Yeah, and you talk about all of that quite a bit in your book, and the stories you just told are in your book too. So I would encourage people to pick it up and read it.
Can you find it?
I was just going to say,
maybe I should get it reprinted, and we'll
where does it go to Spring Creek Book Company?
I know, yeah, it's a little confusing. So I
actually have an agreement that all of it is my property. Okay. So I guess I could
reprint it. Nobody.
I could always write a new book.
Oh God.
Or add on to this one. You know, keep it. It's wonderful. But right, that's so funny. That was a sincere recommendation by John because it's Spring Creek Book Company.
Right.
So you meant that.
As we were talking earlier, I see a lot of myself in your book. So I think that was a big part of it.
I appreciate that too, but
my family the family dynamic was very similar in some ways to yours.
Oh God.
I had two brothers, but when you talk about your mother always saying
oh God, we're getting into John's issues.
Everybody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms.
But when you talk about your mother always saying everything's okay, that's exactly how my mother was, and things weren't always okay. In fact,
oh God, not John and his mom again.
He's like this little pussy.
Things were not that okay a lot of times. Yeah. But it didn't matter.
Things weren't okay when he fell out of the car and got run over by a fucking 18-wheeler. Are you gonna tell Mr. Scott, how you got run over by the 18-wheeler? You better not interrupt his ass either. Don't cut him off. Don't cut him off.
It wasn't going to be talked about. And one of the things that drove me crazy is that my mom would always say, we may have problems in our family, but we put everything on the table. And so when you talked earlier about just trying to be truthful about yourself and your family, like
puff, puff, pass.
That wasn't accurate. All the important things, they never were on the table.
Your family.
My family. Yeah, my family.
Right. Yeah.
And so, but my point is that
Lauren's
you talk about those types of dynamics.
Lauren's like, oh wait, I want to clarify. All the things were on the table at my house. We danced on the table at my house, but at your house, yeah, nothing was on the table. She's like, your family, not mine.
All the important things, they never were on the table.
Your family.
My family. Yeah, my family.
Right. Yeah.
And so, but my point is that you talk about those types of dynamics in your book and your relationship with your mom and your dad, and that there wasn't this perfect family. And
no one's family is
I think,
perfect.
by the way, that you said earlier that Chad was seeking this perfection in your book.
Right.
I think that's part of the answer in terms of understanding Chad Daybell. But I think it's interesting. It was interesting to me that one of your struggles was trying to be truthful about your past and honest about it, and not to come to this idea that everything's always great and everything's okay.
Yeah.
Or to avoid that, because as Chad would say, no, you're writing for an LDS audience.
Right.
I remember you saying no, I'm writing from my heart. He didn't get that.
So
quit interrupting, Lauren.
My belief is in Christ, and he atoned for our sins because he knew we were going to make mistakes, that we weren't going to be perfect. And so it's turning to him, turning to Christ with your imperfections. It's really laying it all on the table for him. And that's my belief. That's my religion, is having faith in Christ and knowing that he can redeem for who I am, who is not a perfect person. It was hard with, wanting answers growing up and seeing that everything wasn't perfect in my own family. Far from it. And quite frankly, I'm really glad that it wasn't. I really am. I don't think God intended for us to have these perfect families or perfect experiences. I don't. And
dude, there are no perfect
I'm glad
families.
for that. But with my own kids, I started doing this thing with them. I don't even know. It was when they were younger. And I just said, if you're interested, let's go. We'll just spend a Saturday morning and we'll just go hang out for a couple hours. Do whatever you want. We can go get something to eat, go shop. We can go play golf, whatever.
You should do that anyway.
And you can ask me anything you want. You can ask me questions about my life. You can ask questions about your future. You can ask questions about, anything. Would you want to do that? And they're like, yeah. Because I never had, my parents, I would have killed I had so many questions that I just stressed about, and I had anxiety.
That's probably not a good thing to say. I would have killed.
Over, and I worried about that. I wished I could have talked to somebody, my parents, preferably. And the funny thing is, I had these really close friends, and we never talked. Our conversations were just so on the surface, and we all had things going on in our lives, and none of us knew about it when we were growing up. So I did that with my kids. I still do it today. It's wonderful, and it's been a good thing, coming out of this. And it is a message with Chad that does ring with me often, is just trying so hard to be honest. And I just think he was so dishonest and so disingenuous. And
dude, this guy is telling a lot about himself. He has to try so hard to be honest. He has a lot of issues. The message with Chad that does ring with me often is just trying so hard to be honest. Y'all, I don't have to try to be honest at all.
With Chad, that does ring with me often, is just trying so hard to be honest. And I just think he was so dishonest and so disingenuous, and it led to his destruction and demise ultimately, and the lives that are impacted and just destroyed because of it. It's never lost on me. And I think about these people,
I know. Why are you
have
here
been
again?
a big part of this, the Colby Ryans and Kay and Larry and my heart and Chad's own children. Yeah. In fact, when they,
oh my God, Kelly Mack, it does. He sounds like he's afraid to turn into Chad. which in and of itself is pretty damn scary. I agree.
Who are
I'm
testifying.
uncomfortable.
And I'm just like, he has spun a web around them, and here's the person that can have the most influence on who they are.
Really?
And clearly he's abused that sacred opportunity and responsibility. And I called my daughter when I saw Emma, and I said, "You call me out. You
Wait, what?
If I'm
Wait a second. This is crazy, but you weren't friends with him. Hold the phone. He called his daughter when he saw Emma, Chad's daughter.
And I called my daughter when I saw Emma, and I said, "You call me out. You if I'm not being true to you, call me out on it."
Hey, Jules.
Don't, because I just didn't want my children to. I want them to be in a real space. It just broke my heart that for these kids, Chad's kids, to where they are today. Just, and I don't know where they are today. And I really, are they?
Wait a minute. It broke your heart where they are today, but you don't know where they are today?
Bing bong.
I have goodies coming tomorrow, Delightful Pam. Thank you so much, honey. You guys are so generous and kind. Thank you.
Just, and I don't know where they are today. And I
wait,
really
hold on. You
heart
just,
that, for these kids, Chad's kids, to where they are today. Just, and I don't know where they are today.
These people are like walking contradictions. Oh, it breaks my heart where they are today. But I don't know where they are today. Okay. You weren't friends with him, but you're terrified of becoming him. This is weird.
It just broke my heart that, for these kids, Chad's kids, to where they are today. Just, and I don't know where they are today. And I really, are they, but I just feel, and it just seemed to appear to me from their testimony in that trial that they believed their dad was innocent. Yeah. And that was just heartbreaking to me.
That they became a part of his web of deceit.
Yeah.
A lot of people have mentioned the day that Emma and Garth testified, Chad's kids, that it was a very, very difficult day in the trial. Prosecutor Rob Wood, who we interviewed, stated that.
Name drop, Prosecutor Rob Wood, who we interviewed. Gotta let him know we interviewed him.
Seeing the children's autopsies was
another prosecutor she's interviewed. Big surprise. I see a pattern here.
The absolute worst day, and followed by listening to Chad Daybell's children testify was very difficult for him. And it sounds like it had that same effect. Were you watching daily in this day? I mean, yeah, what were your thoughts as you heard them talk about their mother and yeah, I'm just curious, as someone that knew Tammy and knew Chad, and we're watching this.
Yeah, knew Tammy, and then just said, "Oh, Chad just finally got a cute girl to pay attention to him," and Lori. She's a girl. She was a mother of 3. She wasn't a girl. Tells me this guy's very immature.
From a personal level.
Oh boy. As far like my experience with Tammy. So Tammy was younger. Again, I had very little interaction with Tammy. Her older brother was my age, and I had limited interaction with him in high school. Again, everyone,
yeah,
right? But you're not really friends. And just when Chad was in my house, Tammy didn't say it's doing the book, and so Chad and Tammy were basically like we are sitting around the dining room table. I don't recall Tammy speaking ever, and like ever. And I was it was weird because I like to talk, right? And just let's have a conversation. I would, I want you to feel welcome in my home. I want you to feel, and it's almost to me a personal challenge. If someone's not going to talk, I'm going to get you to talk, right? And she just, I don't think she ever looked up from her computer. I don't ever think she stopped typing. And there was a different and weird dynamic.
Well, there might have been, but she wasn't there to talk. She was there to type.
And I don't know what the dynamic was, but it was one of
your chair.
The one directing the whole process was Chad, and it was a certain narrative in a certain way, and he was good at it. And I just think about that with his kids and how it just felt like to me that they, I think they mentioned that Chad and Emma talked daily while he was in jail. And I can only imagine what his spin on everything was, because in his mind, he wasn't wrong. And he certainly wasn't going to come clean to his daughter, I don't think. And so to me, that was just seeing kind of the dynamic of Chad and the limited understanding that I have. I'm not here to claim to be an expert on Chad Daybell at all, but just watching and seeing what I did see of him, and I just can only imagine what he was saying to those kids that just wasn't the truth. And does that ever go away? Do they ever come to the light and just go? I mean, I found things out about my parents later on in their life that nobody knew about that were really shocking, that I'm not going to talk about here, but they were shocking.
We don't want to know.
And the impact it had on, and I've had people say, or maybe not see the truth of things. You'll kind of spin it in your head to a point where you go, I can't lose both my parents. I can't come to grips with that my dad could ever do something like that. And from an outsider, from me, I want to tell Chad, tell the truth, but from his kid's perspective, maybe they don't want that truth. Maybe it's just too painful. Maybe it's too hard. Maybe I don't know, but it's just,
he's given this a lot of thought.
I think it would be easier for them if they did know the truth, if they could come, at least they knew what the truth was. And then you can kind of go from there, but to just continue on living your whole life thinking, oh, and police are bad. They did a poor job of doing this. There could be other, it was Lori's fault. It was Alex. It was someone else's fault. And living that life for the rest of your life, I just think it would be extremely debilitating.
Part of what you're talking about is dealing with the truth would mean they would have to see their father in a completely different manner. Right? It would be a shift from seeing their father as someone heroic and the guy who writes these wonderful books, the guy who, gets these visions from God, to someone who's a murderer.
Visions from God.
So I hate looking in the mirror, because I look at myself from the inside out, right? And I think I look thin and beautiful. And then I look in the mirror and I go, dude, you're overweight. Like you are not the best version of yourself.
Dude, this guy's got so many issues. I hate looking in the mirror. It's actually kind of sad. Like, he hates himself deep down.
And it's like, but I don't feel that way. Like, I don't see myself that way internally. And so, or I see myself when I'm 20, or think of and then I went, oh, I'm getting some gray hair, and I got, my eyes are kind of, they just got bags under them, and there's things, that just aren't the same, but I feel the same inside. And so I think maybe it is hard for us to really see the true version of who we are. Maybe we're all in denial. I don't know. I don't know, but I think it would be, because I swear to you guys, I think it's the thing I think the most of is just being honest with myself. Seriously. It's just, if there's those two things, being free and just being honest with yourself. I think those are the things that jump out at me the most from all of this.
Okay.
Well, there's more.
There's always more. Yeah. Well, those are two really important elements of self-awareness.
So
something Chad does not.
Yeah, something Chad Daybell seems to lack.
The other thing that I've tried to figure out, okay, I can understand trying to,
spill it
having
all.
the really cute girl pay attention to you and trying to spin,
He said it again. A really cute girl pay attention to you. This is so weird.
To, having the really cute girl pay attention to you and trying to spin, because no one dies in that, supposedly. Where do you go off the rails to murder? Like that's another thing that just jumps out at me, and I'm just at what moment did that click in? Like, what urge were you just trying to satisfy? What lie were you trying to spin? What in the world were you trying to convince yourself of that would make you believe that murder was okay?
Wait for.
Okay, this guy is 58 years old. I just looked it up.
That, because that's really important. and the probably next entire half of this interview, but I'm not quite ready. Can I go back to one thing first? I want to talk about Tammy one more time because I'm not ready to move on from.
She wants to talk about Tammy. This is called NFL quarterback Scott Mitchell growing up with Chad Daybell, September 7th, 2024.
What I've heard about Tammy, and you shared this with me on the phone for a little bit, because I'm learning that in some ways there are two experiences with Tammy Daybell for people. And I don't think there are two Tammy Daybells. Let me be very clear. I think Tammy Daybell was a very authentic, kind-hearted person, but there are observers seeing two different sides to Tammy Daybell. And so I just want to talk about it because Heather Daybell interviewed at this very table, and she kind of implied that they weren't friends.
Heather Daybell interviewed at this very table. We interviewed her. Don't forget we interviewed her. Look at John with his missed out fire nose.
Friends that Chad Daybell would talk for her. And Heather and I have talked, and she's now thought and said that she believes that there was some control by Chad. She didn't know that then. She thought that maybe Tammy was cold or not warm. Now she thinks, oh gosh, what was Chad telling her about me? And she testified in court that Chad and Tammy were coming to her house, and Chad said, we're coming, but don't ask Tammy any questions, only ask me questions. And then Heather said, but I didn't do that. Tammy's a grown woman. Jump ahead. And another day in trial that I noticed, because I sat there each day in court, was the day that seemed to make Chad the most expressive was a day when about 4 women testified for Tammy that were her friends. And they said that she was warm and that she was friendly and that she was social. And Chad was over there. He had been pretty, I don't know, not stoic, but, expressionless until this day. And he was shaking his head like, this isn't true. It seemed to really upset him. So I just want to go back to really quickly, because I find this point interesting about Tammy. First off, how many days did they come over? Like, I want to explain that too. They came over for like months or a month, every day to your house.
Yeah. Not not necessarily on the weekends, but during the week they would come over, and then
2 months.
I would actually spend time writing, and then they would come back. But they were consistently in my house. I would say 2 to 2.5 months.
So every day for 2.5 months,
Yeah.
give or minus weekends. And she never said a word.
No.
So
I'm sitting here in my mind trying to go. It was almost like, and again, I was so focused on writing a book, and I was constant, the whole, because the whole focus was on writing. So I'm writing stuff, and I'm editing, and I'm talking about stories, and just trying to, and she just very quietly sat there and typed stuff the whole entire time. Now I looked at this at the time as Tammy's shy. And I don't know.
Maybe
I
shy.
couldn't tell you who Tammy Daybell was. I don't know her. I didn't know her.
Hey, Tabitha.
I would, from listening to a lot of what happened.
Not friends at all, Seti.
She seemed to me like a person that once you get to.
Yeah, he said editing his book. Doesn't a publisher do that for you, or is that why you pay someone to publish? Or do you edit it yourself? I don't know. I've never written a book.
Know her, then she really opens up. And I'm sure that she's in my house. She knows the folklore of, this is a guy who went on to do things and all that stuff. And maybe it was intimidating. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe just being shy. It was just, I don't really have much to say to this conversation because it's not my thing. It's really.
I mean, what's she going to say to this guy?
But
I mean, what did he expect her to say to him? I don't think I would have shot the shit with him. I don't give a damn about your NFL career. Could care less about how far you could throw a fucking pigskin in 1985. Don't care, Uncle Rico.
Had a tremendous amount of respect for how hard she worked. I felt like Tammy was doing everything. It was like Chad was kind of orchestrating. And that was another thing that I observed about Chad was I think Chad was gifted at getting people to do his work, to do his bidding. Gifted. Because when, I think he was masterfully good at.
It was a gift, and it was, he masterfully did it. Oh, okay. These aren't good qualities, Scott Mitchell. These are called manipulation qualities.
Manipulating people, and I think that's what happened with this kids. I think it's what happened with Tammy. I think it's what happened with Lori and Alex and so many other people, you know, and even me, you know, because we had he came to my house about writing this book, and he was like, and I was, well, I'm talking to Deseret Book too. And he's like, oh, you don't want to, you know, and he was giving me all the reasons why I shouldn't go with him and why I should go with him and why all of these different things. And
you believed him.
And it wasn't not, you know, it was like, well, I grew up with Chad, you know, so he's Chad from the neighborhood, you know, it's you know, I should be able.
I chose him because I grew up with him, but I wasn't friends with him.
To trust him, you know, it's this local, I like the feel of that. It's not this big name. You're not just some other number to some, you know, and he really played into all of that. So as far as Tammy goes, I think, and maybe it was a way for her to protect herself against Chad. And again, I'm speculating here that if I just lay low around him and I kind of do my thing when I'm not around him, then it works for our relationship.
What do you mean do my thing? But, what thing do you think she was doing away from Chad? What is he insinuating here? The fuck is he insinuating? I can do my thing when I'm not around him? What thing was that? Clogging? I mean, yeah, Tammy was so fucking risky, wasn't she? She went clogging.
There was a definite Chad trying to pull the strings mentality, and I saw that then.
Okay.
I agree with them. I don't know. I think the analysis is accurate. That I think in many ways Tammy was subservient, and I mean I think that's what Scott's talking about. And
okay, John, subservient.
It was clear that Chad was in control.
Okay,
right?
So profound.
In many ways, this would be kind of a typical.
Look at Scott. He's like, oh, how'd you figure that out?
Typical in the sense that Chad would run the house.
Cricket Day, I wouldn't.
Atypical in the sense that his wife wouldn't be able to speak a single word for over 2 months.
Not speaking a single word for 2 months, knowing what I know about Tammy Daybell, all I can think is someone said to her, do not talk.
Maybe someone,
I got this
you know
just
what?
the same way.
Someone needs to say it to you, Lauren.
That Heather Daybell was told by Chad, don't address Tammy. If he said that to them, I just wonder what he's saying to her. Like, look, you know, and I think Chad was the one intimidated by you. Let's be honest. He got the book deal. He got the book deal. Deseret Book didn't. He wasn't going to lose this. He was going in with Tammy, and he was saying to her, don't say anything. Like,
oh, so you're going to speak for Chad Daybell now. Huh. Interesting.
You know, and I'll call it what I see, and that's, or what I think, and I think it was coercive control. I think he controlled. I've said it before. I said it during trial. I think he controlled his family in many ways, like
that's what
subtly controlling them.
Coercive control.
Which is the same dynamic, I think, that put him on the path towards murder.
Yeah.
Our next kid is going to be
wanted to explore
coercive
that because
control.
it was shocking to hear that for 2.5 months this woman sat there not saying a word.
It wasn't normal. It wasn't a normal dynamic. And at the time, I just thought, she's shy. It almost felt like she had like a deadline. Like I don't have time to talk to any people. I'm just type away kind of thing.
Maybe she did have a deadline.
But it was at the time noticeable. And then later on, you kind of connect all these dots and you go, well, okay, that makes sense of how the dynamic probably really was.
I'm going to say this too, because we need to remember, I still have not finished reading what Chad Daybell said about you. We'll keep talking about that too in his book, The Way That John and I Learned About You. But
well, he if I remember correctly, it's an important story because he talks about the dreams.
About how he became a visionary.
Right.
And how his brain had been opened up to seeing, into the future. He explains how he got this gift. And I'm one of the examples of him seeing into the future. And this is not the truth. This is actually not how things happen.
All right, let's read it now. We couldn't get past the fact that he called you his friend. That's stuff that's in our text.
I think, yeah, well, friend, but I gave him acknowledgement of what a wonderful job he did in writing my book.
Do you have any Chad Daybell stories from school? Do any things that stand out?
So here's one thing that stood out to me. I recently was I have a million photos from yeah. Little League football all the way through high school, college, professional. I mean, tons of photos. And I was going through a rather significant amount of them organizing and what have you. And I came across a photo from my senior year of high school. It was our team basketball picture. So there's the team coaches and the managers. And sitting on the floor with his legs folded is one of our team managers from my senior year, and it's Chad. And what struck me was, I don't even remember Chad Daybell being a manager on our basketball team when I was in high school. And that's my recollection, is that he was forgettable. I mean, I knew who he was. Like, I didn't, I was focused on playing basketball, my teammates on the team, the coaches, but I could tell you the coaches were, I could tell you the players were, but I couldn't tell you who the managers. And I'm like, oh my goodness, Chad Daybell was one of the managers on our basketball team. Those are the memories that I have from him I don't have memories.
That's a really pertinent story, in the sense that I think that explains exactly why Chad Daybell started heading in the wrong direction, because he wanted to be memorable. He thought that he was special. He thought that he should be memorable. And the fact that Scott Mitchell is now sitting at our table saying, I don't remember the guy. He never stood out. He was right. He wasn't memorable. He was one of the managers on my basketball team senior year, and I don't even recall that. That would be a nightmare for Chad Daybell to hear that story.
Now, one thing
disappointing.
No, yeah. One thing that I do remember was, like, you all take we took the ACT test, college exam, and I was with my friends the night before we were supposed to study, and right. we spent almost the whole night studying for this, and I think we ended up in the backyard jumping on the trampoline, something like we didn't take it that serious. But what I remember was that Chad Daybell scored a perfect score on that test. That's the memory I have. Like, if you're gonna go, well, who's Chad Daybell? I vaguely remember that he was on the student council. I didn't know that he was our manager on our basketball team, and he had a perfect score on the ACT test. And beyond that, from my experience in high school, I don't remember anything else.
And I think that's part of the issue, is that he perceived himself to be a memorable person, a special person.
His biggest fear, though, was in his book. And you talked about this in our original podcast episode, where he stated he was at BYU, and he said, there's not a single person that knows who I am. I'm looking for that, which is why I'm looking down. Oh, John's got this book memorized. Right here. Okay. Just talking about that. When I started college, you brought this up back in early 2020. When I started college at BYU that fall, I continued to live at home, but it was admittedly a lonely time. My friend had gone to Utah Valley State College on a basketball scholarship, and so we really didn't cross paths too often anymore. I had other friends at BYU, but they were very busy. Many of them left on their missions. I vividly remember walking across the BYU campus during a January snowstorm and thinking, quote, there isn't a soul on earth who cares what I'm doing right now, end quote. John writes in the little side here about Chad, motif for his life.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're talking about, is that, he'd be very disappointed to know that you didn't remember that he was the manager, right? Don't worry, he can't come after you. As far as I know, he's behind bars right now.
He's got bigger concerns right now.
Although he may listen to this.
It's an interesting thought, because we had class reunions, and fairly well attended. People have different opinions about, am I ever going to go to a class reunion? Or and a good number of people in our class would attend. Then we had, I think it was our 30th, which was 2 years short of our 50th birthday. So everyone said, do you guys want to get together in 2 years? It's not a reunion, but we're all turning 50 in that year. So we can have a party celebrating that we're turning 50. And this was right around the time that I wrote the book. It was after I wrote the book. And so we have a photo from our 50th not quite fifth year, every 5 year reunion. So it was between 30 and 35. And he's in the picture. And I'm not talking, because Chad didn't. So we're at this party. We're all out hanging around. And he never comes up to me. He never says anything. But he's on the back row. And as you talk about this nothingness, and I remember purposely going, because I'm tall, right? They always stick me on the back row. And I said, you know what? I'm getting in the front row. I'm tired of being on the back row. And I just kind of jokingly, so I knelt down, So
you want to be acknowledged for
once. Exactly. And here was Chad on the back row, kind of hiding. And this would have been the summer of 2018. So it would have been shortly before he met Lori. And I would imagine, oh boy, because like I've just lived my life, right? I haven't thought much. I mean, I do from time to time think about my life. And from time, I actually tried to figure out actually how many people know who I am. Just because, so if you play in the NFL, you play for the Miami Dolphins, I don't know, there's 21 million people that live in Florida, and maybe 5-7 million are Miami Dolphin fans. So they know so there's 7 million people in Florida that potentially know who I am. Michigan is, NFL fans, whatever. Biggest Loser, they probably have 3-4 million people tune in to The Biggest Loser. So there's probably 20 million people in the world potentially that might know my name, right? And you go places and people go, I know who you are. Or you get recognized. I have people send me fan mail. And I'm just living my life, right? I'm just a dad. I do my thing. And yet there's this other part of me like, you're well known. And you can't help but go, well, that's kind of cool. Like human nature is like, I mean, you just, it's not beyond you to go, yeah, it makes you feel kind of special to be recognized. It sure stinks when they kick you out and you're no longer important. Like it's a hard pill to swallow. So in some regards, my life kind of went the opposite way, maybe from Chad, where it was like, you're well known till you get older and then no one cares. But there is this side of you that can get very intoxicated with being famous. I would imagine that there's some notoriety that's happened from what you guys are doing. There's a level of, hey, I know who you are. Like when you guys reached out, I know who you guys were. And so I could imagine for Chad being nobody, Cypher in the Snow at BYU, to starting to talk at these prepper conferences, people coming up to you, oh, you have a publishing company. Oh, and seeing Julie Rowe near-death experiences and go, well, I'll make up my own near-death experiences and I'll become even more popular. And I'll start I can spin these lies into the truth and you can get intoxicated with being relevant for people.
What is happening here? I have never heard of this dude. I'm just a guy with an NFL career who got fat and went on a show. Oh my God. His ego's as big as his chin. Yes, it is. Hold on. I got to hear this.
Talk at these prepper conferences, people coming up to you, oh, you have a publishing company. Oh, and seeing Julie Rowe near-death experiences and go, well, I'll make up my own near-death experiences and I'll become even more popular. And I'll start I can spin these lies into the truth and you can get intoxicated with being relevant and I can imagine, because don't we all
intoxicated with being relevant?
all want that? Don't we all want to be loved? And to what extent would we?
Kim Stole My Fish Soap said, I was a big fan as a teenager. I knew who he was. I still have some of his football cards. This guy? That's crazy. I'd never heard of him. Hey, Christina Mack. I'm an hour behind, but not going to lie, I feel bad for this dude. He was taken twice. I don't feel bad for him at all. He's got a lot of issues, though. I think that's why he was taken.
We go to actually have someone think we're amazing. And I can imagine that as that unfolded, and it had to have been the crowning moment for Chad when Lori goes,
oh God.
Like for him, that must, for Chad, when Lori goes,
what are you gonna do? You look like Chad Daybell's like cousin or something. He's mentioned 3 times now how Chad Daybell got himself a cute girl. It had to be a crowning moment for Chad when Lori's like, give me your storm.
And it had to have been the crowning moment for Chad when Lori goes, like for him, that must have just been
when Lori
probably
goes,
more.
What? When she goes, what? What does that mean?
Goes,
whoa, what is that? Is he like, the big O? What is this?
And it had to have been the crowning moment for Chad when Lori goes,
what does he do when Lori goes, what is this?
Like for him, that must have.
What the Fuck. I think he's talking about an orgasm, you guys. The crowning moment.
And I can imagine that as that unfolded, and it had to have been the crowning moment for Chad when Lori goes, like for him, that must have just been probably more than he could have handled. To have felt such a zero at one moment, and then someone, fame, notoriety, whatever level.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cool when people like it isn't, so I
Wait,
can imagine.
What? Can you finish a sentence? Thank you, Laxi, for 2 months of cootership. She said, Jay, your lives brighten my evenings. I'm so glad. Thank you.
You know what that was like for Chad. Not trying to defend anything, but just the human nature of it all.
Well, I think that's actually a great segue to the question you asked that John was about to answer, and then I cut you guys off. Honestly, is how did he get there? Like how
she had to recognize that she cut him off. Look at him. He's like, you better fucking recognize that shit. Yeah, he talks like Lauren, incomplete sentences. I think because he's lying. He doesn't know what to say.
I cut you guys off. Honestly, is how did he get there? Like how would he? What was the exact question? It was about Lori. Like, we all understand attention, maybe from the opposite sex, feeling good. Like what?
Look at his face.
How did he get to murder? Was that the question, or is some?
Yeah, because so like I can understand a lot of this because people don't die, like him going off the rails, right? But I can't wrap myself around what at what point did he get where he's like,
wrap yourself.
Okay, I'm gonna.
You can't wrap yourself around.
I'm gonna kill some people. Because there was planning that went on. There was thought. There was discussion. This went over time. People were shot at who didn't die.
Right.
They were aware of things long before, a lot of them happened. And I mean, I have kind of a theory on it, but I in my mind, I'm just like, how do you get to that point?
Well, let's hear your theory. I think, that all the dynamics we've been talking about, I think they're all relevant.
Ooh, Bibby.
The fantasy piece about the fiction versus fact piece, the need for kind of attention and fame. I think all of these play a role. In terms of actually getting to the point of murder, though, maybe we haven't gotten there yet, but yeah, I'd love to hear.
So I think the murder part for me. So Chad and Lori are going back and forth. He's in Idaho. She's in Arizona.
That's right, Cindy.
Then she kind of like the sparks of a budding new romance. There's just nothing more just exhilarating in life than to be in love.
The
right?
text, you're familiar with the text, right?
Right, yeah, the cringing,
the cringeworthy
right.
text, right?
Ugh, God. They're talking about the sex. It's almost like he's proud of Chad. Like, oh yeah, you nailed her, dude. Give me a fist pump. No, they have not. Cricket Day. They haven't talked about the kids at all. We're already halfway through. They haven't even mentioned the kids. They're glorifying fucking Chad Daybell.
Just nothing more just exhilarating in life than to be in love.
The
right?
text, you're familiar with the text, right?
Right, yeah, the cringing,
the cringeworthy
right.
text, right?
I think I saw this thing from Mike Myers where he goes like he described his character in Austin Powers, and he goes like romance is just and sex, it's corny, right? But it isn't in private. So he tried to make it in as Austin Powers, and it was kind of as cringeworthy as Austin Powers, and that was, but it was very cringy. And so
cringy.
So they're going back and forth, right? And I think Lori was off the rails, like mentally. I think there's
she had some mental health issues for sure.
Oh,
and
you think so?
But the one who was willing to murder was Alex. To me, like he's the one that maybe didn't have as much of a conscience about it.
Yeah.
And I think when Chad, because they were kind of going back and forth, and and Lori was kind of telling him, just go be with your wife, and and when Charles was murdered, I think Chad goes, oh, like this is serious. Like it's kind of like, okay, she's done her part now, and now it's my part. And I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone, because these are people's lives that have been destroyed, and I don't want to callously talk about this, but
you are,
but it, just thinking through it all. So Chad all of a sudden goes, wow, she's serious. Like this is real. But I think Chad also, and maybe he realized look what I manipulated someone into doing. And because I think Alex was the trigger man in all of it. I think it was even so with Tammy.
Yeah.
And because I was like,
oh, it's got to be Alex, huh? It's got to be Alex. Did you hear that? Even with Tammy. What? I don't like your narrative, mister. I don't like your narrative.
maybe he realized, look what I manipulated someone into doing. And because I think Alex was the trigger man in all of it. I think it was even so with Tammy.
Yeah.
And because I was like,
oh, when she was shot at, I think he means.
I don't think Chad is, I think he's not strong enough. I think he would be too cowardly to do it on his.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, we know Chad didn't shoot at her because Chad was at the house. What? Long enough?
I don't think Chad is, I think he's not strong enough. I think he would be too cowardly to do it.
He's too cowardly to do it, but he wasn't too cowardly to bury bodies on his property. So you think he's got limits, dude? This guy thinks he's got limits.
I don't think Chad is, I think he's not strong enough. I think he would be too cowardly to do it on his own. I think he'd need to enlist help. And I think and so it goes back to that. He's really good at getting people to do what he's not powerful or capable or strong enough to do, which sounds terrible that you're strong enough or, but he could get someone else to do it for him. I think that's what ultimately happened, that he saw Lori and he goes, okay, this is serious. I'm going to do this, but I can't really do it. So I'm going to get Alex to do it, or at least help me do it. And so then I'm kind of not doing it on my own, but I think he was, and so
when you say get it in this particular instance, you're talking about Tammy.
Well, so I think he saw Lori kill Charles. So he goes, okay, she's in now. I got to be in,
right? Because
he still has a wife,
yeah,
and he can't divorce her because then he's not a good LDS.
He's not a prophet.
He's not a prophet. He's all the, it goes back to if I divorce my wife, I'm that zero in the snow at BYU.
Yeah.
And so he can't be that person. Yeah, I'm spitballing here. I don't come here with any authority.
No,
I'm just a guy that just kind of speculates.
You're doing great. I'm a little worried that he's.
I think Scott's a little uncomfortable. He's like, I'm just speculating here.
Yeah. And so he can't be that person. Yeah, I'm spitballing here. I don't come here with any authority.
No,
I'm just a guy that just kind of speculates.
You're doing great. I'm a little worried that he's going to start a true crime podcast. More competition.
I will guarantee. No, I'll do a true sports.
Okay.
As a busy mom and as a journalist, I need to make every minute count, whether that's working or creating more family time. And insomnia, when it comes to that, is not my friend. It can throw everything
What
off.
is this?
When it comes to work, I like my alone time before the sun is up. I like to be able to sit there and work so that as soon as the family wakes, I can focus on them. And so if I am dealing with insomnia the night before and I'm up till 3 a.m. fretting and worrying and tossing and turning, I pretty much can kiss.
Oh, you're up at 3 a.m. fretting and worrying back in September of 2024? I thought Christina made you do that, per the text. Huh.
The next day, goodbye. And it's not just work that suffers, but the entire family. I used to try over-the-counter sleep aids, but those cause grogginess like no other. It didn't matter how much caffeine I drank the next day. Grogginess was part of daily life. And that is where Dream has been a game changer for me and for our entire family, honestly, so much so that is why I am sharing the good news, because Dream is a revolutionary approach to sleep in the form of a guilt-free, indulgent hot. I'm sure many people are wondering, keto friendly. Wake up, energized, and even feeling like I can be more emotional.
Her pajamas.
Feel less stress. So it helps my emotions. I feel completely rested and alert all day. Even
I cannot.
Feeling like I can be more emotionally present as a parent. It is an amazing bedtime routine that I have not benefited from calories, no added sugar in this heat wave. I've recently been loving the capsule bed, give or take. I've also made dream popsicles to enjoy the summer in this heat wave.
Lauren.
I've recently been loving the capsules during this 115-degree weather. Dream has given our gems an awesome deal for their first order. You can head to the website shopbeam.com/hidden. The link that's in the QR code for your first order is your life.
But I just don't, because I mean, Alex tried to shoot Tammy. Right. So it wasn't like, you know, and then and Chad can just kind of wash his hands of everything and be clear of it. And I think with the children, I think what happened there is, I really believe Alex killed all of them. And I think when they were trying to dispose of Tylee, that it was messy and it was a lot longer and it was going to draw a lot more attention to his neighbors and his neighborhood. And I think they go, and maybe they just was like, this is too much. So JJ was taken care of in a totally different way. And for the life of me, why he buried them on his property, unless he really was trying to spin the narrative even more to say, well, I didn't really kill them. They were zombies. And so we want to preserve them. We want them around us. We want them near, you know, that to me, I guess could be the narrative that he was trying to convince himself of. You know, I don't, you know.
Why are you guys guessing about this?
Yeah, it's not totally clear. I mean, I think some of it had to do with control, just wanting to feel like he knew where the bodies were and he knew that if there was evidence, he could move it or control it, right? That some of it could be that with the bodies in his backyard, it reminded him of.
Oh, but he's not strong enough. He's not capable of killing Tammy, right? But he could do all this.
His power, that he felt like there were trophies. You know, serial killers often collect trophies from there. Yeah, this was some version of that.
It was someone's driver's license.
Yeah.
Right. I wonder too if it isn't that same mindset of I'm smarter than everyone else.
True.
Like no one in the world, like who buries them in their backyard? It's brilliant. I'm so smart.
Who's gonna look?
Found, and he was home, and I was 10 seconds from getting out of the car and walking to the front door.
Oh man!
And just saying, hey, Chad.
What? He drove by his house and he was gonna go to the door.
I was 10 seconds from getting out of the car and walking to the front door.
Oh man!
And just saying, hey, Chad, I just happened to be in the neighborhood. Thought I'd drop in and say hi, and I almost did it. And I was literally on that south end of.
Dude, I just got chills all down my arms, and I don't know why. Remember, guys, true crime is true.
The property, and I was looking right there, and they were right there, and no one even knew it at the time. It was quite a moment.
If you did drop by, I presume.
Ugh. I was looking right there, and they were right there, and no one even knew it.
And I almost did it. And I was literally on that south end of the property. And I was looking right there, and they were right there, and no one even knew it at the time. It was quite a moment.
If you did drop by, I presume you would have taken your cell phone out without him knowing and turn on record, and you would have elicited a confession.
It might have worked.
Why is this funny, John? Y'all, why are you laughing? Those kids' bodies were in Chad's yard. What was he doing in Idaho? I thought he lived in Utah. Eve. Good question. Oh, hey, Chad. I was just in the area. Thought I'd stop by and say hi.
On that south end of the property, and I was looking right there, and they were right there, and no one even knew it at the time. It was quite a moment.
If you did drop by, I presume you would have taken your cell phone out without him knowing and turn on record, and you would have elicited a confession.
It might have worked. Scott Mitchell might have been.
He would have been so stunned to see
it. It wouldn't have been a fluffy conversation.
No, you would have called him out. I know you. I don't know you well,
Yeah.
but I know you well enough now to know that you would have said, "Be honest, Chad."
Come on, where are the kids?
Yeah, yeah.
I think he would have been stunned. I mean, that's an amazing story that you were so concerned about it. I mean, did you go up there to
Okay.
See the property, or what? Why were you?
I just happened to be up
Oh, okay.
at Yellowstone, and I was like,
Gotcha.
okay, I know, it's just like,
Oh, he just happened to be up at Yellowstone. And he was like, oh, okay. I mean, what?
See the property, or what? Why were you?
I just happened to be up
Oh, okay.
at Yellowstone, and I was like,
Gotcha.
okay, I know, it's just like, well, I'm in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I drove all the way from Utah to
Right.
Idaho. I might as well stop in, but yeah, I didn't.
When that makes me wonder. I mean, I know how you feel now, but when the news hit, and you've stated you would have never thought the Chad Daybell you knew was capable of this,
Wait, Janice says that was COVID. Yellowstone wasn't open. Interesting. It was closed during COVID? I drove from Utah to Idaho. I was in the neighborhood. I wonder if he actually did go there. Look at him. I just happened to be there. Jammer says he's embellishing.
Concerned about it. I mean, did you go up there to see the property, or what? Why were you?
I just happened to be up
okay.
at Yellowstone, and I was like,
Gotcha.
okay, I know, it's just like, well, I'm in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I drove all the way from Utah to
Right.
Idaho. I might as well stop in, but yeah, I didn't.
When that makes me wonder. I mean, I know how you feel now, but when the news hit, and you've stated you would have never thought the Chad Daybell you knew was capable of this, hindsight's 2020. When it hit the media, did you realize something was not good? Because some people stood by him until the children were found.
So initially, when Tammy died, I got a text message. And because, again, you just, in a small town, I got a text message. Hey, Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy, died last night.
Yeah, it was after Tammy died. Well, he didn't really say when it was. But the kids were on the property. So maybe it wasn't COVID yet, Janice. Because Tammy died October 2019. He doesn't really say when it was. But if he went there, why didn't he go in?
And because
he got a text. Hold on. And he's saying it's because it's a small town. He got a text from somebody telling him that his non-friend Chad D's wife died.
And were found.
So initially, when Tammy died, I got a text message. And because, again, you just, in a small town, I got a text message. Hey, Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy, died last night. And because we're young, we're not supposed to be dying right now. And it's one of our classmates. And we, it's like, oh. And so you're sad. Then a couple of weeks later, it's like, Chad got remarried. And then you're like, oh. And then you're like,
wait a minute, what? How do you know so much?
Gone. And at first, when it started unraveling, and it wasn't hard to put the dots together. I mean, any logical person would go, okay, there's no way. There's no way her husband dies and the kids go and his wife, there's just no. And then Alex dying. But in my mind, I was kind of like, okay, Chad's in this alternate universe, right? He's in this prepper, this alternate religious view. And my initial thought that I carried for a long time was they've hid these kids. There's some compound, there's some underground railroad of people networking together, and they're protecting these kids.
Kresha, are you still here? He just said underground railroad. He sure did. It was, Yellowstone also closes for the winter. You can only get to parts of it by snowmobile.
Religious view. And my initial thought that I carried for a long time was they've hid these kids. There's some compound, there's some underground railroad of people networking together, and they're protecting these kids for a decent amount of time. That's what I really thought.
So that was more believable than the kids were deceased. Yep, he does, Kresha.
And then I went on Dateline with Keith Morrison, and they interviewed me.
Oh, fuck. He went on Dateline too? How did I not know this? Keith Morrison interviewed him. Okay.
Protecting these kids for a decent amount of time. That's what I really thought. And then I went on Dateline with Keith Morrison, and they interviewed me. And the one of the producers, he's like, they have a mountain of digital forensic evidence on the two of these people. And then I'm like, oh. And then he actually texted me and he goes, they're going to Chad Daybell's house in a half an hour or 10 minutes or something like that. And they believe the kids are there. And then it's just like, it's just crazy. But to be.
Hold on. Let's see if we can find a clip of him in Dateline. Scott Mitchell, not saying I don't believe him, but how much did they put him in? Scott Mitchell, Dateline, Chad Daybell. See if anything comes up. Oh, look. Cougarboard.com. Hold on. Scott Mitchell is the biggest Ute, Homer, and BYU hater. I can't even listen to him. He was just on a look right here. He was just on a Dateline on the Chad Daybell Lori Vallow story as a buddy of Chad, says Cougar Mikey. I watched a Nightline special and learned Scott and Chad Daybell were classmates. Grew up and played on Little League through high school with him. I heard Scotty, he and Scotty G's combined weight is nearly under a half ton. Wasn't he on The Biggest Loser after hitting 400 pounds? He graduated, okay, da-da-da-da-da. He was on there, but I don't see any. I don't see him. I'll have to, the only thing coming up is Hidden True Crime. Dateline new info. I'm not seeing any previews with him in it. Weird. We'll have to go back and watch that.
To be married in such a short time after his wife had passed away, that's when the initial red flags go up and you're just like, yeah, this just, and then you're like, there's no way. Like, this is Chad Daybell. Like there's no way that this is that way. And having the interaction that I had with Chad, writing the book and all that, I was like, there's no way. And then you get into it, and I followed it. I followed you guys.
He thought there's no way they could be deceased, but he thought they were being protected by some underground railroad compound. Am I understanding that correctly?
Watched every last bit of it. Then you go, there's no way he didn't do it. Like you're just totally flipped around.
So initially you were like Jeffrey Dahmer's neighbor who
Right.
said he's the nicest guy I've ever met.
Yeah.
He could never.
Jeffrey Dahmer's neighbor. John, you are a sick motherfucker.
Do that.
And yes, and not only that, and again, you grow up in a small town, people don't do that in a small, it just doesn't happen. And it really probably does happen, but not to you, not to your neighborhood, not from where you're from. And to see that happen.
I mean, I get that. Kim stole my fish soap. He says, I don't want to put Chad's shit on this guy. He may have his own issues, but I don't like making others accomplices with no evidence. A lot of people thought they were hiding the kids somewhere. I agree, but he was pretty descriptive about where he thought they were hiding. That's, I think, what made me kind of, my ears perk up a little bit.
But I've lived in the world, right? I'm not naive. I've seen and heard about everything. And so you don't put anything past anyone. no matter where the circumstance, who they are, where they grew up, how they appear in public. You know, I think what would be the superpower of all superpowers is to see, okay, this is how this person really is, right? To just have that, to really, the truth serum, you know? Wonder Woman's golden lasso, you know, just put it on people is like, you can't lie to me. I know what you're up to.
That'd be great for true crime podcast hosts to have that superpower. But I know not only were you Jeffrey Dahmer's neighbor, you had Jeffrey Dahmer publish your book.
Right. Could you imagine? Okay, look, his apartment smelled a little funny. I didn't know what it was at the time. Not familiar with that smell, but now I know exactly what it is. But just really quick on the other side of this, I don't want to live my life looking at every person going, oh, you're Chad Daybell. You know, I want to hope for the best in people. I want to hope that people can find goodness in them and not, you know, every person's got this terrible, you know, dark secret that we don't know about.
Sounds like it kind of fucked him up a little bit, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm sure I would be a little bit shook too, but again, he's doing this interview in 2024. It's been like 4 years. And it's still fresh for him. Like, I think he has a hard time with the fact that he got duped. That's what I think. I think he has a really hard time with the fact that Chad Daybell duped him. I don't know. What do you guys think?
It's a big difference between covering sports and covering true crime, by the way, right? Like sports, the narrative in most sports events is somebody wins. They win heroically.
You're so
like there's always sports usually has a feel good story,
right?
You know, whereas in true crime, not so much.
Yeah,
things don't tend to end particularly well.
But folks tune into true crime.
Oh, they do.
We love the train wreck. We love to see just
absolutely.
You know, like
no, it's been 4 years since the murders.
Right.
Look, I'm in your house in here, and I drove here to talk about this, right? And
we're grateful. Thank you for doing that.
But it's fascinating, even if it wasn't personal. If I didn't have a connection to it, it's still fascinating.
Wait a minute.
And maybe
he's like, well, I drove here just to talk about it. So he drove all the way there just to do this interview.
That's just the sick, sad part of us as a society. But it's fascinating to see what we're capable of as humans.
I agree. And in that sense, I think true crime is sort of the other end of sports. I mean, I know there's some sports stories that aren't great with.
Listen, moments. I know my math is horrible, but it ain't that horrible.
Sometimes athletes get violent, or right there's those types of stories. But
can we cover Tanya Harding one day, for example?
We may have to collaborate with Scott on that one. I don't know. That's
a true crime sports podcast. We'll talk about that later.
Okay, let me tell you about
too,
crime.
Lauren.
All right, every year when I was in the NFL, you'd start training camp, and it was boring. And you'd have all these meetings, and you'd have all of these meetings because I think there were 359 crimes committed by 1,600 NFL players in an off season. And part of it was young, dumb, and have money and time. Like in the off season, you could do whatever you wanted. Like, so it's just a recipe for disaster. And not only that, it's like, no one says no they don't say no to professionally, whatever you want.
Right.
Whatever you want to do, you're above the law, you're all of these things. I mean, if you want, actually mixing true crime and professional sports would be the perfect storm.
Yeah.
I just watched a thing on Steve McNair. It's the anniversary of when he was murdered. Ray Caruth murdered his girlfriend because she was pregnant. I mean, it's horrific. There's, sports is definitely not immune to it.
Yeah, you're
Tanya,
right. I mean, I think
fair.
there's a mix of elements there that are potentially combustible. Fame, money, entitlement.
YouTube,
there's all these elements, and like it or not, you're going to get those things. So I'm sure you had to deal with some of those issues too.
Yeah, and they would try to steer you clear of that. They'd act out these scenarios. Like they'd have actors come in and they go, okay, so here's a situation, and you could potentially get and what they would say is these are actual events that have happened to NFL players. And so you kind of laughed at them, but then you realize, no, this really happened. This isn't hypothetical.
Wait, just so I'm clear about this. I want to wrap my mind around this. So was this with Miami or
every team?
Every team.
It was a league mandate that you had to have, I don't know, I guess they would be
telling
HR
the NFL
meetings over like the proper way to handle situations. And they would tell us, they go, you guys you have a bullseye. You're a target for everyone.
Now that we're talking about it, I have to bring this.
And
is in
you're
your
a bunch
book.
of
By the way.
meatheads.
You had one of those moments.
trying to remember
you were having a hard time in Detroit.
Oh,
and a fan told you
there were 4 fans actually.
4 fans.
Fans
right.
in Detroit.
Well, it wasn't
hated
entirely
him.
clear, but you said but 4 fans. One of them said you suck. And given the fact that you had all of these issues going on at the time, and
I snapped.
That's my people in the D. What do you mean he snapped?
You snapped. You want to tell the story?
Tell us.
Sure.
Okay.
Tell us.
Because this is completely relevant.
If you don't tell us how you snapped in Detroit, I'm going to look it up.
To those HR reenactments.
We played a Thanksgiving game every year in Detroit. It's the only game in town. It's a great game to be a part of. After the game got over, my family would watch the game in a suite at the top of the stadium. Game gets over, you get dressed, you talk to the media, your family's waiting outside the locker room, and you go home. So I go do all this. I go outside the locker room. I can't find my family. I'm like, where? I want to go home. Yeah. Like I'm tired. Like I want to go home. So I'm like, well, maybe they're still up in the suite. So I go up in the elevator to the top of the stadium. I start walking down one of the corridors where all the fans are. There's still fans left in the stadium, not many.
Oh, he's a hothead.
And as I'm walking, I'm like, this probably isn't a good idea. Because like you don't really interact with the fans.
No, you don't.
Without, being on the field or, if there's some security there. And just as I thought this, I passed 4 guys. They're walking in the opposite direction of me.
It's probably my brother.
And they recognize me. They go, Mitchell, you suck. And right as I said that, I was turning to go into the suite where my family was. My family wasn't in there. And so I'm just like, I just snapped.
Wow.
It's like, I'm tired of these fans. And so
wow,
I turn around.
Mitchell.
And by now they're kind of further down the corridor. I chase them down the corridor, 4 guys and me.
The fuck?
And they go in a bathroom. So they don't know I'm behind them. They don't know that I'm chasing them. I get to the door of the bathroom. There's no door. It just goes in and angles and then angles back. So I'm standing in the opening and there's no one in the bathroom. There's no other door. And I just make a general statement. Does anybody in here have a problem with me? And it was like out of a Western in synchronized fashion. The 4 doors kick open and these guys walk out of these stalls and they look at me and they go, yeah, we have a problem with you. And I go, so I get into this conversation and this guy says, you want to hit me, don't you? And I'm like, I do. Like, I really do. And I really was. And I was like, I know I'm probably going to die today. But I'm going to go down swinging and I'm going to take on all 4 of these guys by myself. And I don't know if it was real. I don't know if it was an angel, but in the corner of the bathroom where nobody was, there was a janitor and he had his cart, but he wasn't there before. And they had come out of all the stalls. He wasn't there. And he just said, you need to leave. He says, Scott, you need to leave right now. And I was like, you're right, I do. And I just turned and walked away. And I found out later that they don't clean the bathrooms. They don't clean the stadium right after the game. And especially on Thanksgiving, they just leave it. So no one should have even been there. And so I have a guardian angel that's a janitor, I guess. But I had snapped. I had, because you get harassed. Like people, you hear, you get booed, you get, that's just part of the deal. But I just heard it this day, and I just from everything that was going on, I lost it. And I don't know what would have happened, because I was like, there was nothing holding me back. There was no filter. I was all into like brawl. And I've never been in a fight in my life. Like, and I didn't even know what I was doing, but I was going to go duke it out with a bunch of drunk fans in a bathroom.
Yeah. When I was reading that story, I thought, first of all, I thought you were going to actually get into the fight because you were so,
I was gone.
So revved up.
I was gone.
And as someone who's dealt with a lot of criminals, I mean, like, I know what that means.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to exercise any restraint.
Yeah.
Once you get past that point,
you're just.
I thought, oh no. And so when I was reading that, I thought this is going to be the end of his career.
Yeah.
If you took that swing, your life trajectory probably would have changed.
Yeah. No question.
And so part of that moment is what separates a criminal or a felon from someone who's not. Having the ability to have in that moment, whether there's a janitor there or not, whether that's your conscience, whatever it is, having that ability to reflect or to have the self-awareness to walk away is what separates you or any person that doesn't become involved in crime from the criminal who's just going to be impulsive and they're going to get caught up in that moment and they're not going to have that moment where their conscience kicks in.
On my own, I would not have walked away. Like there was no debate in my mind. There was no like, this is
okay. Hold on, I found a clip we have to watch. Hearing that he was a hothead, I started looking for some clips. This is called "Scott Mitchell is Worse Than You Remember."
Jelani Winston here with something a little bit different. I am from Detroit, a huge Lions fan. This is the Lions' best season in my lifetime. For the most article of our old quarter.
Let's see.
I would even make that argument, believe it or not, even though I'm a huge Barry Sanders fan. But I won't. Barry was great. However, I'm so tired of hearing I was the reason Barry Sanders never won a Super Bowl. I'm tired of hearing how I was not a good QB. My only response is fuck you all.
This is a quote from Scott. Listen. Former Lions quarterback Scott Mitchell unloaded on Barry Sanders and basically anyone and everyone associated with the city of Detroit for how he felt he was portrayed in the new Amazon documentary about the legendary running back. I just watched Bye Bye Barry on Amazon Prime. Mitchell wrote in a lengthy Facebook rant. It was not a very pleasant experience. I was Barry Sanders' teammate for 5 years. I had a front row seat to some of the most amazing plays in NFL history. He will never have an equal as a pure runner in the NFL. I could argue that there were several running backs that were complete, but I won't. Barry was great. However, I am so tired of hearing how I was the reason that Barry Sanders never won a Super Bowl. Mitchell added, I'm so tired of hearing how I was not a good quarterback. My only response is fuck you all. That includes Eminem and Jeff Daniels. Oh, his career ended with an abrupt retirement in 1998.
Barry Sanders never won a Super Bowl. I'm tired of hearing how I was not a good QB. My only response is fuck you all. That includes Eminem and Jeff Daniels. So keep going. There's more quotes. And this brings up the one good year he had. Scott Mitchell did have a year where he got 32 touchdowns, 4,300 yards. We went 10-6. And then it talks a little bit about how Wayne Fontes said that he went after Joe Montana and Warren Moon because they both, I think, would have been free agents around
Here's
that time.
more from Mitchell. Listen.
Not necessarily that year that we got him. Maybe that year. I would have to do more research to make sure. But Joe Montana went from the 49ers to the Chiefs. Ironic, same jerseys, right? And Warren Moon went from the Oilers. It may have been the Vikings. To tell you what a disappointment it is to hear my own coach, Wayne Fontes, he's your coach, he's not your father, who went out in free agency and actively pursued me to the point of begging me to come to Detroit, say that he wanted Joe Montana and Warren Moon. The only thing missing from the team winning the Super Bowl was a quarterback. Mitchell wrote, a little support from the coach might have gone a long way. Wayne never had my back. Now listen, as a Gen X/Boomer, I don't want to hear that millennials and Zoomers are sensitive. He is crying over a coach not having his back, air quotes. Especially when you look at these numbers. That's it. Oh, everyone loved him. Everything was built for Barry to succeed in his 10-year career. Really? I doubt so. He won one playoff game. The reason he didn't win more was everyone else was the problem. How many yards did he have in 94, 95, 97? I'll give you a hint. Not very many. We are all not to blame for not winning a Super Bowl in Detroit, even Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders deserves some blame. We'll show that he did have a pretty bad game in 94. But Scott, you weren't even the quarterback Dave Craig was. We'll get into that. Matter of fact, let's start getting to these fucks.
Okay, so then he's going to go over his stats.
First off, let's look at Scott Mitchell. Look at these numbers. You have the 1 year, 95, where he had 4,300. Oh, real quick, let's go back to this quote before I get into this. I can see him begging Scott Mitchell to come to Detroit. If you remember, and we can go back to the numbers, he was Dan Marino's backup, and that's what got him hyped. So he was Dan Marino's backup. 57% is solid for the 90, 1,700 yards in a short stint in about 7 games. And especially if you flamed out on Joe Montana and Warren Moon, and you got this hot backup, you might beg him to come. I don't disagree. That may have happened. But then this fucker gets injured. 4-5. It took Dave Craig, who went 5-2, to get us to the playoffs in 94.
He said this fucker gets injured.
We can look at Barry's numbers, his playoff stats, real quick. Barry did have -1 yards in that 94 game. He actually only has one good playoff game. This is from two playoff games in 91, which was the only year we actually had a chance to win the Super Bowl. For real. He only has one good play. I'll give you that. He deserves a share of blame for this game. Only get -1 yard. Green Bay. Reggie White is on that team. By the way, they're not all offensive points. Interception return in the second quarter. You're throwing pick sixes in the playoffs and wondering why you're getting blamed? Are you fucking kidding me, man? You're throwing pick six? How about that? How about that throwing pick six? Let's go back to this guy's numbers, by the way. Speaking of picks, 32-12 the 1 year. That was solid. That he would go into the playoffs and throw that pick six and help us be down 31-7. 96, 17-17. How come we didn't make the playoffs in 96, guy? Since you don't deserve any blame. Next year, 19 touches, 14 picks. I know it's the 90s. I know they could rob the receivers. I know they could bang the quarterback. I get that. But you're not putting up stellar numbers, my guy. 3,400 yards is cool for that era. But you're not putting up stellar numbers. And I get other people, you know, other parts of the team deserve blame as well. You could have put more on the offensive line.
He's serving him his ass.
This is of all time before they really came into maturation. Get stuffed the box or our defense was inconsistent. And yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, let's go back.
This little angel and this little devil on. I wasn't going back. I was in. I went down that hallway, and I was all in. And had I again, I don't know what it was, but I know there's somebody said something to me. You need to walk away.
So you don't think it was the HR?
I'm looking for more.
All that training I'd had.
Yeah, all that training to walk away.
The training would have said, Scott, don't get in the elevator and go up in the stadium right after a game and interact with the fans. That's not a good thing to do.
Right.
Like,
the training failed way before that moment, I guess. Yeah.
I want to finish what I started towards the beginning of this interview and read what Chad Daybell said about you in his book. And you are a sports commentator. You are trained to comment. So feel free to chime in.
I will.
Okay, hold on. I've got another palate cleanser. This is from his own YouTube channel with 32 subscribers. This is called The Cheerleaders Are in Revolt. This is a quick video. Hey, thank you for your super chat. Nikki Noodle. I'm working on a playlist I'm going to share. Helmets off.
Helmets Off, brought to you by WCF Insurance, is now on going to the NFL because we love the NFL, love to talk about it. And of course, this is a little bit different subject in the NFL we're going to discuss today. It's called the cheerleaders. I know it's not something that I don't know how you feel about this. Some people want to watch. Are they watching the game? Are they watching? What are they watching? How do cheerleaders even belong in football? They've certainly taken a crazy spin on outfits and all these things that they wear and all they do. Well, apparently the cheerleaders are upset, and they're upset because they're held to a different standard than the players are. And there have been a lot of rather questionable practices with so many teams about what they require from their cheerleaders. Actually, a cheerleader was fired for posting a picture of herself on Instagram in a one-piece bathing suit, which apparently violated her clause in her contract. And there have been crazy things like they have to weigh a certain amount, they have to look a certain way, they can't fraternize with the players, there's all kinds of crazy things. They can't even have social sites while they're at games. So in other words, they have to turn off their GPS button so people won't know that they're actually at games. Some of them have had to sell calendars, like a minimum number of calendars before a football game. If you could imagine going into the crowd with a bunch of rather inebriated fans, males, most of them, and you're in your little cheerleading outfit, that would be a dangerous situation to get into. I'm just saying, a lot of them feel very threatened by this. So the cheerleaders are in revolt in the NFL. Interesting subject. We're going to talk more about this on Helmets Off. You want to check it out. So
in your little cheerleading. Tintin, thank you so much. I can't send Cooter Chad. Sorry. You rock. Thank you so much for your super chat, Tintin. Gesundheit. I'll be popping in with random.
Helmets Off, brought to you by WCF Insurance, is now on going to the NFL because we love the NFL, love to talk about it.
Ugh. Good Lord, Scott.
As I read this, I won't read the part where we started. He is not your friend. We've got that down. Yes. He says, we were definitely friends. You're like, no, I wasn't his friend. He and I were often on the same basketball and baseball teams. His dad, Bill, was usually our coach. He starts sharing about how Miami Dolphins then drafted you in 1990, and you spent 3 years as Dan Marino's backup. When Dan suffered a season-ending injury in the 1993 season, Scott came in and led the team to several victories. He became a free agent and signed with the Detroit Lions, where he teamed up with the Hall of Fame running back Barry Sanders for several seasons. One of my favorite Thanksgiving Day memories was in 1995, when Scott led the Lions to a comeback victory over the Minnesota Vikings. He threw more than 400 yards and 4 touchdowns that day, and everyone in Springville was smiling. Hometown hero, though, I can see. He ended his career with the Baltimore Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals before moving to Orlando, Florida, and doing well in the world of real estate. It seemed he had left Springville behind for good. But after I formed Spring Creek Books in 2004, though, I began having dreams that involved publishing a book with Scott. I would have them every month or so out of the blue. It's got to make you feel weird, right?
I don't think that happened, but okay.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm pretty sure it didn't happen, but
there was one very strange part to the dreams. Scott was really skinny, almost like we were in high school. That really stood out to me because after his NFL career, skinny is not a word you would have to use to describe Scott. He had gained a lot of weight.
This is the part. That's a lie. Okay. So what happened is I would go back to Utah for our reunions. So that's every 5 years. And I'd run into Chad and I said, Chad, I understand you started a publishing company. I'd really like to talk to you about writing a book. And he was like, never, ever reached out to me, never acknowledged, he never said, oh yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, let's do it. Never once did that ever happen. And when I retired from the NFL, I was not heavy. And when I played
This is too much, man.
basketball 3 days a week at the YMCA, every like super competitive basketball. I didn't actually gain weight until 2009, 2000.
Pam, you have a really good point. Why is Dateline interviewing this guy if he wasn't friends with Chad Daybell?
10, which was almost 10 years after when I moved back to Utah and I started drinking a lot of soda pop and stopped exercising. And it was just weird. I don't know what it was. It was just like, and I put on weight quickly, but it wasn't until a long time after I actually retired. And it was really only 3 or 4 years before I went on The Biggest Loser. It wasn't like immediately after my career was over.
Okay, so
lies.
There's probably a bit of projection there too. It's not like Chad was staying thin, in his middle years.
Just to interpret, the dreams were actually conversations.
Right.
Right. His dreams were conversations he was having with you that you were starting, not Chad, and
Right.
Chad was actually dismissing them. In 2008, so this again, you were thin at this time. He surprised everyone when he moved from Florida and accepted a job as football coach at Springville High. That's kind of neat. You did that. He coached for 4 years and led the program back into prominence.
Hold on. Look at this picture of him, you guys. He looks like Chad. Look at this thumbnail of him. This is 2 years ago. Tell me that dude don't look like Chad there. Weird.
It was an amazing experience.
That's neat. Meanwhile, his weight kept increasing.
No, it just started to. So just so you know, coaching high school football players is brutal. And someone told me, look, their brains aren't fully developed, so they're susceptible to doing really stupid things. And it's what got me through coaching. It really did. That and a lot of pizza.
Just as an aside, the brain of our 7-year-old isn't fully developed either, and it too requires some pizza to manage.
You just that's how I just had to roll with it. Like, they're just going to do dumb things,
right?
He's talking about high school boys, and then John brings up their 7-year-old. Oh God, Crusha. I mean, why would he even bring
fully developed either, and it too requires some
into
pizza to manage.
You just that's how I just had to roll with it. Like, they're just going to do dumb things,
right?
John understands. In other words,
well, the sad thing for me, like, I've had my brain examined. So I went through some extensive, like 2 days, very long, grueling, with all the CTE and everything that's going on.
Was that mandatory, by the way?
It was something that they offered with this settlement and all this stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
And unfortunately, fortunately, it just depends on the day of the week, I have a perfectly normal brain.
That's awesome.
So all the dumb things I do it with a full conscious, with the full complement of my brain. I have no excuse for the dumb. My idiocy is just, I own it. And I used to go, hey, look, I've been hit in the head a lot, so I may not remember this, or I may not do this right. And I can't use that now because it's been proven I have a normal brain.
I can't believe you're disclosing that publicly now, because there have to be some days where you're like, look, it's the CTE.
Oh, believe me, I want to so badly. I'm just like, oh boy,
right.
Like there's something
Gotta
really.
be the CTE.
well, Chad Daybell doesn't have that excuse either.
No.
So,
I maybe got hit in the head with a shovel while he's digging a grave. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, he can't say he was hit in the head when he was managing your basketball team.
No.
After Scott moved back to Springville, we talked a few times about publishing his life story. The timing didn't feel right, though. Plus, my vision of a skinny Scott was just not possible. It would take an absolute miracle for him to match what I had seen.
It's all just lies. Just so bad.
It's just also very self-important. Then Scott's dad, Bill, passed away from obesity-related issues, and Scott had several meaningful experiences that indicated he needed to change his life. Scott had ballooned to 366 pounds, and he could see himself following his father's path.
There's that ballooned.
He decided to audition for the TV show The Biggest Loser and was accepted as a cast member. He soon became the focal point of the series.
We've got a cooter chat, y'all.
Hey Jay, you work way too hard to do this for free. We love ya. 2 hearts emoji.
Thank you, Lynn Allen. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. You really do keep the channel going when you send Cooter Chats. The link is pinned to the top of the chat.
Season as he confronted family and personal challenges. Scott was on his way to losing 124 pounds, and he miraculously looked like the guy I had seen in my dreams many years earlier. When there were 2 episodes of the show left to air, I felt a strong prompting to contact Scott. There's a lot of eye language.
Wow. So he predicted Chad Daybell saw in his visions a skinny Scott. And then Scott got accepted to The Biggest Loser. Oh my God. Right. Scott had ballooned.
In here.
Yeah.
I sent him a Facebook message asking, quote, "Is it time we finally do your book?" End quote. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
He just knocked on my door one day.
He quickly responded that
he just knocked on your door one day. He just came over. Hey, Megan May. Wait a minute. So Chad says he sent him a Facebook message, and this guy's like, no, he just knocked on my door and said, hey, I'm Chad Daybell. Remember me? I'm the one that sucked at sports in high school, and you don't know me very well. But here's me. I want to write your book.
Message asking, quote, "Is it time we finally do your book?" End quote. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
He just knocked on my door one day.
He quickly responded that he had been having the same impression. Oh, is that true? That you'd had the same impression? He happened to be in Utah.
Did you mean that Chad was going to write my book? I'd been called from Deseret Book.
Listen, you just got done saying that you came back for your freaking class reunions and you would talk to Chad about writing your book and he didn't seem interested. Now you're going to sit here and go, I was asked by Deseret. Come on.
Be in Utah.
Did you mean that Chad was going to write my book? I'd been called from Deseret Book.
You've been reached out by a main publisher.
Uh-huh.
He happened to be in Utah for a short break before The Biggest Loser finale. So I went to his home and showed him the variety of books Spring Creek had produced.
See, I think he did talk to him on Facebook and he don't want to admit it. Because now Chad's like, yeah, then I went to his house. That makes more sense. He reached out on Facebook, then went to the house. But this guy's like, oh, no, I didn't know him at all. He just showed up at my house. I don't know him.
Over the years. So that's when he knocked on your door trying to sell you on him and not Deseret Book.
Which was the first time he reached out to me.
Which was the first time he reached out. So
can I go back really quick?
Please.
So he said I ballooned up to 366 pounds.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He doesn't like the ballooned comment. I knew it. I knew that would strike a chord with this dude. Thank you so much, Christina Mack. Christina Mack really gets me. Your ability to verbally process and retain info is amazing. Saying, I don't feel like I am, but you've told me this before. But for some reason, girl, you just get me. Like, I don't know. It's wild.
So
can I go back really quick?
Please.
Listen.
So he said I ballooned up to 366 pounds.
Scott, you are so predictable, dude.
Time he reached out. So
can I go back really quick?
Please.
So he said I ballooned up to 366 pounds. It was really 350 pounds. And I went.
These guys crack me the fuck up. It was actually 350 pounds. Daybell, get it right.
He said I ballooned up to 366 pounds. It was really 350 pounds. And I went to The Biggest Loser and I found out what my weight was when I got there. And so I was there for 2 weeks before the show started. So I thought I better get in training. So I literally was eating a house like every day trying to gain weight so that I could win, right?
You have to be big in order to lose more.
So when I go on the show, the very first episode, they weigh me. I have no idea how much weight I've gained in the last 2 weeks. And they go, your starting weight is 366 pounds. And my initial reaction was like, yes, I've gained weight. Like I can win this thing.
Okay, Scott. It was actually 350. I really wasn't that fat. I was 350, not 366. I got 366. I gained 16 pounds in 2 weeks, fattening myself up, only to lose it. I I've never heard something so stupid in my life.
And then I realized, I'm like, oh, that's terrible. Oh, how could you do this? This is so, oh my goodness. So, and so it was kind of a funny, because at the end of the day, The Biggest Loser is a reality TV game show. Someone wins a prize at the end of the show, and I wanted to win. I'm not kidding. So kind of a little, so I wasn't 366 pounds, as he said there. I was actually 350.
As you point out in your book that
he's sitting over there all proud of himself that he got to fucking get that out. Meanwhile, his moobs are touching his gut. Okay. How much do you fucking weigh now, dude? Christina, dude, it's one of the reasons why you caught on to the pattern I was revealing in my TikTok so fast. I notice it when you do your breakdowns too. You're so fast and quick, and the verbal processing is natural and amazing. I admire it. I mean it. Thank you, Christina. I think that's deeper than I even think. I'm going to need you to break that down to me for me in layman's terms.
Most of the winners are able to lose half their body weight.
Right.
And you can't really compete with that.
No. They told me when I went on the show, you can't win, basically.
You're like, watch this.
Well, they said if you can be conniving and
Chad
get rid of the
Daybell,
really heavy
hold my
people,
beer.
then you can win. I mean, that's, and I tried, but I wasn't very conniving because all the very heavy people ended up winning the show.
So you probably haven't been recruited by Survivor yet.
So I actually had a dream. Speaking of people having dreams. Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Here's your dream.
This is my dream. This is where my mind is. So I had a dream that The Biggest Loser was starting a new reality TV show, and
Oh
it
my
was
God,
the Naked
Scott.
Biggest Loser. And
Scott,
so they called me. This is my dream.
Scott, stop. Stop. He had a dream about the Naked Biggest Loser. I don't think you should be telling us this. I don't know if I even want to continue. You can't make this shit up, dude. This is why you have to listen to these interviews beginning to end. I know they're long. I know they have boring parts, but by God, are they full of nuggets.
Reality TV show, and it was the Naked Biggest Loser. And so they called me. This is my dream. So they called me. They said, Scott, could you please come out here and help our contestants and show them that they need to be vulnerable and it's okay to be naked.
Oh, God, stop. They asked you to come out? What? I am very uncomfortable sitting here right now. Help me.
God almighty.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
What the fuck? Okay, we need you to come out and make these people feel vulnerable. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna stop laughing. Here we go.
And it was the Naked Biggest Loser. And so they called me. This is my dream. So they called me. They said, Scott, could you please come out here and help our contestants and show them that they need to be vulnerable and it's okay to be naked on the stage, and could you show them how to be naked? This was my dream. So I said, yeah, what's wrong with these people? So I go out to California and I go out there in my birthday suit and I said, see, it's not a big deal. So just let yourself be totally vulnerable to all these people in the world. They're going to blurt out the bad parts anyways. You'll be fine. And that was my dream.
So you're the visionary.
So I'm not sure if it was a dream or if it became reality, or, you know, the line between fantasy and reality has been very blurred.
The line. Look at John. What? Well, I appreciate that, Christina, because I don't know if I always make sense, but it's good to know that I do. The line between fantasy and reality has been very blurred. Dude, TMI. TM freaking I.
Sure if it was a dream or if it became reality, or, you know, the line between fantasy and reality has been very blurred for me.
So what I'm hearing is when they come out with they combine Naked and Afraid with The Biggest Loser, you'll be like, I'm the visionary,
I'm like,
Chad.
that was my idea.
That was your dream, even better.
I'm thinking.
Oh my God.
Fuck directly off.
John wants more details. John's like, tell me more. Tell me more.
We did find a producer to put that together now.
Yeah. That's okay. So
we've digressed.
No, that was good. That was good. What happens when you start reading Chad Daybell?
Yes.
So
that's what happens when you start reading Chad Daybell. Okay, look how red he is. Oh, Dental Lori, you were gone? Did you hear that, Dental Lori? We're going to go back. We're going to play the Naked and Afraid part again.
Just let yourself be totally vulnerable to all the. This was my dream. New reality. This is where my mind is. So I had a dream that The Biggest Loser was starting a new reality TV show, and it was the Naked Biggest Loser. And so they called me. This is my dream. So they called me. They said, Scott, could you please come out here and help our contestants and show them that they need to be vulnerable and it's okay to be naked on the stage? And could you show them how to be naked? This was my dream. So I said, yeah, what's wrong with these people? So I go out to California and I go out there in my birthday suit. And I said, see, it's not a big deal. So just let yourself be totally vulnerable to all these people in the world. They're going to blurt out the bad parts anyways. You'll be fine. And that was my dream.
So you're the visionary.
So I'm not sure if it was a dream or if it became reality, or, you know, the line between fantasy and reality has been very blurred for me.
So what I'm hearing is when they come up with the.
Sir, I'd like to see your phone, please. Ooh. The Biggest Wiener.
They combine Naked and Afraid with The Biggest Loser. Yeah. You'll be like, I'm the visionary,
Chad.
Like,
that was my idea.
That was your dream.
God almighty.
I'm thinking we need to find a producer to put that together now.
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay.
John says, I think we need to find a producer to put that together. Oh my God, Jay, was this podcast before they got their YouTube plaque? Maybe John was inspired in his box. John, do you have fucking pants on, by the way? Oh, Denzel.
Producer to put that together now.
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. So
we've
the littlest wiener.
Digressed.
No, that was good. That was good. What happens when you start reading Chad Daybell?
Yes.
So here we are. He goes to your house to pitch this to you, aka beg you. Other publishers were interested in his story, of course, and Scott listened to their offers. That was actually happening before he showed up. He waited nervously for a few days. I waited nervously for a few days, Chad says, for him to make his decision. But he finally called me and said, "Let's go for it." We took an unusual route in producing Scott's book. We had a court reporter come to Scott's home. I would love to talk to this court reporter now. Wow. He really opened up and shared a lot of things I'd never known before. I would occasionally ask him questions when we needed clarification, but for the most part, he just talked through the key moments of his life, such as how an answered prayer led him to attend the University of Utah instead of BYU. I'm a Ute, so well done. 7 hours later, we essentially had the book's contents. We came up with the fitting title, Alive Again. Is that true? 7, he had the book contents and he came up with the title Alive Again?
Actually, I think it was, well, the title came from me. That was the whole idea was my idea.
Right.
And I said, and I even said just the whole transformation process. And I'd like to show kind of that be the book, you know, this, how we can become alive again, how we can overcome. And so that was all.
See, that sounds like Chad Daybell shit. Become alive again. Wagon's tail. I can look for it. Excuse me. You know what I'm saying though? That. What did he have? Near-death experiences and shit? Andrea, thank God. You did not know these people.
All for me. Yeah, 7 hours. No, it was multiple days with the court reporter. And then once we had the manuscript, it was a long process of actually, because you got the essence of the stories or the dialogue or whatever. And so then just kind of correcting my poor speech and all of those things, it took some time.
Scott spent a couple of weeks adding stories and refining the text while I double-checked game scores and other details. I'm so happy with how the book turned out. He included several spiritual experiences you would not have expected from a tough football player. His perception of a tough football player, I might say.
See,
it's
I would
true
read that
hero's journey.
I would read that as Chad saw me as a dark spirit. You wouldn't expect that from a dark spirit. Like you wouldn't get spiritual stories from, because I wasn't included in the 144,000 I wasn't on his list.
Does that tick you off?
With the competitive side of me a little bit, you know, I want to be chosen. Who doesn't, right? I don't want to be left out. I don't want to be labeled a dark spirit.
Well, how do you know you weren't in the 144? Is it because he didn't recruit you?
So this one, it's an interesting question. Okay.
book, and
There's the picture of
you two together in his book.
So
can you maybe have Scott.
This was at the spring football game at the University of Utah. They allowed us to sell my book. I was peddling my wares at the spring football game.
Did you sell a few copies?
A few. I didn't really. I really didn't. If I was really in my mind, I'm like, if I'm really serious about writing a book and publishing it, I would have gone to someone like Deseret Book just right off the bat. It really wasn't the main. The main focus was just writing it. I wasn't trying to sell it, promote it. I really didn't have a strategy or plan or anything with it. I'd do it completely different if I was going to do it again.
But I do. Let's go for full circle again. We already touched on this, but I do have issues. It's intriguing to me because your book is really good. It's really interesting. It's really compelling. Your story is fascinating. And after this could have been, I guess what I'm saying is this could have been Chad Daybell's moment, right? If he was smart, he'd be like, hey, this is something I should really promote, really get out there. And instead he says to you, hey, peace out. I'm moving to Idaho. Oh, and now I'm going to write my own autobiography. And it just seems like he sort of just you guys had Costco. You had books at Costco. That's like pretty good. I'm pretty sure Julie Rowe, or maybe I shouldn't say that. Let's hope Julie Rowe was never at Costco. But I'm just trying to process this in my brain, what he was thinking, because it feels like Chad Daybell lost an opportunity there.
Well, yeah, because I was excited about what was happening and where it was going, and it's so out of the blue. There was not a hint of, hey, I just want you to be aware of, I'm considering moving, or it was just literally I got a phone call and it was over. That was it. It was just done. And I was disappointed in that because that's not how he portrayed things to be. That's not what we had agreed to. And I was hoping that, he would be able to do more. I want to go back to something Don said in relation to this about, well, how do you know you weren't part of the 144,000 and we spent a lot of time in my house, and he made mention that he wrote a book about his time in the cemetery. And I was like, well, tell me about it.
Okay, now we're back to the cemetery in Springville, which is this and this.
It's fascinating.
And Janice, that's a really good question. Why would he?
Yeah, I'd love to hear about this. And he would never share any of it. Never share anything about the books he had written. Never shared anything about the conversations, the thoughts that he had. Nothing. And that stuff was going on. That's what I found out later. Like him moving to Idaho was the culmination of a lot of years of having a very alternative LDS perspective. And because I was like, why didn't you say anything to me? Because you didn't say a word to me about any of this. And I believe he didn't because he knew how I would respond. Like, I really believe he's like, yeah, I don't have the confidence to tell Scott about what I'm doing because he'll call BS on me. Because, and I think that's why I was, why he never shared any of it. And there was time.
I don't think he should carry any guilt from this either, Christina. I'm totally with you on that. Like, I don't think he had anything to do with that. But I think he's really downplaying his relationship with Chad. Throughout this entire thing, it literally feels like PR work. I was not friends with Chad, but then all signs point to I was friends with Chad.
Think about spending hours in someone's house. Like, you can at least tell me about your cemetery book, and he goes, oh, it's quite fascinating. And I'm like, well, what's fascinating? Tell me about it. I'm here telling you my life.
Yeah.
Did you just do a Chad Daybell impersonation? That was pretty good.
Did I?
I think he kind of did.
Actually, I have a really good.
It's almost like they admire Chad Daybell. Like, this is weird. Like, why would you want to act like him? I'd sit there. If this was somebody I went to school with, I would be in disgust. I wouldn't be laughing. I wouldn't think it's funny. Candace, thank you for your cooter chat.
Interesting that the official spinoff, The Biggest Loser Resort, was located at Fitness Ridge in Ivins, Utah, near St. George, the same town Jody Hildebrandt lived in.
Oh my gosh. Are you serious? The spinoff of The Biggest Loser Resort was at Fitness Ridge in Ivins, Utah, near St. George. The same town Jody Hildebrandt lived in. Dude, there's so many weird connections. He's big mad Chad got a hot girl.
Friend that does a really good one. Well, Scott, I've just got.
Oh my God, they're not. He does one. Hold on a second.
Cemetery book, and he goes, "Oh, it's quite fascinating." I'm like, "Well, what's fascinating? Tell me about it. I'm here telling you my life."
Yeah.
Did you just do a Chad Daybell impersonation? That was pretty good.
Did I?
I think he kind of did.
If you actually, I have a really good friend that does a really good one. Well, Scott, I just kind of, I don't think you should do that right now. Just, what are people going to think about it? I didn't just do that.
See that's exactly why he didn't talk to you about it. Because he didn't feel confident enough to talk to you. But that doesn't preclude you from being on the 144,000.
ATS says he's practiced that a lot. Yeah, and it seems like he's really proud of his performance. What did he say? A friend? Hold on.
If you actually, I have a really good friend that does a really good one.
I have a really good friend that does a really good one, and then he goes on to do it. Kind of looks like Oni.
Well, Scott, I just kind of, I don't think you should do that right now. Just, what are people going to think about it? I didn't just do that.
See that's exactly why he didn't talk to you about it. Because he didn't feel confident enough to talk to you. But that doesn't preclude you from being on the 144,000.
Yeah. Maybe that file got deleted. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think if you were, he probably would have reached out to you and recruited you.
Yeah. He did say, because I asked him about Idaho, I go, well, why are you moving to Idaho? Seriously, why are you going to Idaho? What's it? I mean, no offense to Idaho, but it didn't, and it was Rexburg. It was like, is there a job up there? Is there, I would think there'd be more publishing opportunities in a bigger metropolitan area. Why are you going? And he goes, I just want a simpler life. He goes, I'm going to go live by my brother on the river. He goes, you should come up here. You move up here.
So he did try to recruit you.
He did.
Yeah, for a moment.
Yikes. He tried to recruit him, but he didn't know much about him. So he did try to recruit you, and he's like, yeah, he did. Mm-hmm. He wanted me to move up to old Rexy Sexyburg. This is weird.
On the river. He goes, you should come up here. You move up here.
So he did try to recruit you.
He did.
Yeah, for a moment. The book, by the way, that you're referring to is called One Foot in the Grave, and it talks about his job as a cemetery sexton. And there's actually, so in your book, you talk about a meeting with a guidance counselor was it in high school or was it early high school?
12.
I was in the 6th grade.
6th grade? You were 6th
about
grade?
My career.
Here is a picture of Chad Daybell holding the book One Foot in the Grave, leaning against somebody's actual grave with his New Balance. John said, yeah, for a moment, because he wanted to downplay it. Janice doesn't believe a thing this man says.
Orientation week, yes.
6th grade. All right. So in 6th grade, your school was already determined to figure out your career path.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, I didn't remember how old you were, but you took some tests. And
yes.
You did some interviews.
We reviewed the test with a counselor at the end of the week to determine a career path. And he goes, your tests indicate that you're most likely to be a garbage man or a mortician.
Right.
And I'm 12. Like, could you, like, this is my career. Like, this is what I have to look forward to.
This is when you want to be a fireman or a policeman.
Or a doctor or a lawyer or something exciting, but garbage man?
The most interesting, so this is the part that interested me when I read that, is that now we're starting to get a little bit of an intersection with Chad Daybell, the cemetery sexton. So a mortician is not exactly a cemetery sexton, but pretty close.
That shows how immature I am.
Right? Like, the irony of that really stood out to me.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you think about it now,
Flo, are you
okay?
okay?
Were supposedly, according to your sixth grade guidance counselor supposed to be a mortician, and then you had some version of a mortician help you with your book. And then here we are talking about a situation where a near mortician committed these horrible crimes. I mean, I thought that was the chances of these tests finding you to be a mortician are really unlikely.
Jeez, Flo.
Well, I also like a janitor is also not a garbage man, but I love that there was a janitor that was your guardian angel too. I recognize that.
Well, so how I've come to terms with all that through my life, just my person.
All these people are too good for garbage men and maintenance men and janitors, huh? Says the fat ex-football player who sucked, who went on The Biggest Loser and then went to get fat again. I think we need one more palate cleanser. I found another one about Scott. Let's see what this one is.
Nobody walks away at the peak of their powers like this.
What is good, YouTube? Is Coffee back at it, man. And we got some pretty interesting news here, man. Eminem, Barry Sanders, and Barry's former teammate quarterback Scott Mitchell. A bit of a rift going on here, man. Now, Barry Sanders been running it up on the promo tour for this Bye Bye Barry documentary. I think it just dropped. I have not seen it. I'm amped. I want to see it.
2 years
supposed
ago.
to go into more about Barry Sanders' amazing
There's the old coach of the Lions, Wayne Fonts.
career, the way he walked away from the game with his health. Even Barry knew and everyone knew he was going to eclipse that all-time rushing title record, but he was like,
I'm going to use the ladies' room
in trying to push on for a title, as the Lions weren't the best at that time when Barry Sanders was there, man. How about them Lions right now, though? But, he had a lot to play for, and he was the man, and he just said, yo, I'm going to retire, So it's always been a really interesting storyline, why he did it, and, it's dope that this documentary has dropped, man. And I heard him doing some promo for this on the McAfee show, and he shouted out his former college teammate, another great running back, one of the greatest of all time, Thurman Thomas, who played for the Bills. Y'all know what it is, right? But in the rollout to this coming out, Eminem is involved with this as well. As you know, he's a Detroit native, and you see it was making the headlines that he was shouting out Eminem, hey, this is dope to have you as a fan of me, and it was saying that his kids are a fan of Eminem and everything. Like, this is cool. I always think it's interesting when you see different worlds cross over, sports, music, hip hop. Like, I always talk about that in my blogs, where different worlds cross over. The streets, the prison content, and squares that like to watch that content. It's just interesting, the dynamic of seeing different worlds cross over. And, Eminem and Barry Sanders in their different fields are icons, right? But apparently, Scott Mitchell, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, Barry's former quarterback, is like mad as fuck and sounds off here and has some things to say about Eminem, Barry Sanders, and former coach Wayne Fonts. And I don't know, again, I have not seen it yet. So if you've seen it, let me know what you thought about the documentary, period, and what you think about what Mitchell's saying here. And is he tripping, or were some of the things the way he was?
This is hilarious. So he's pointing out that Mitchell was like, hey, man, it's super cool that Eminem is a fan of ours. Da 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 da. And now he's going to say, Eminem, fuck off. Listen.
Was referenced and covered in this documentary. Not right. Does he have a right to be mad? Like, let me know your thoughts, but let's get right to it, y'all. So check it out. He put this on his Facebook page. He said, I just watched Bye Bye Barry on Amazon Prime. It was not a very pleasant experience. I was Barry Sanders' teammate for 5 years. I had a front row seat to some of the most amazing plays in NFL history. He
went to Facebook and typed out a huge rant on Facebook.
Never have an equal as pure a runner, he will never have an equal as pure a runner in the NFL. I could argue that there were several running backs that were more complete, but I won't. Barry was great. So that's interesting there, man. It's like he's giving him his props, but then saying he's not. There were guys that were better complete backs. So that's interesting, right? Like, I don't know, he's just kind of throwing a couple little jabs there, a little subtle jab, right? What do they call that? Is that passive aggressive? I don't know, but everyone, what do you guys think about that? Is he kind of dissing? Is their backs more complete than Barry? Let's continue on. He says, however, I am so tired of hearing how
this guy's channel, by the way, is J Coffee Talk.
I was the reason that Barry Sanders never won a Super Bowl. I'm so tired of hearing how I was not a good QB. My only response is, fuck you all. That includes Eminem and Jeff Daniels. I can't even begin to tell you what a disappointment it is to hear my own coach, Wayne Fonts, who went out in free agency and actively recruited me to the point of begging me to come to Detroit, say that he wanted Joe Montana or Warren Moon, and that the only thing that was missing from the team winning the Super Bowl was a quarterback. A little support from the coach might have gone a long way. Wayne, never had my back. Damn, man. This is the stuff in life. Like, Pat, what's your thoughts on all this? But just in general, man, not just referencing this. When people have old grudges and stuff like that, it's like, that's why you always got to get it out of the way, man. But, you know, that ish will eat you up, and you can just...
See, he's just like John. This dude's got it nailed. He's like, when you got old grudges, it'll eat you up. Just like John was ate up over frickin' Lori Ellis. She cut me off.
Likes me, everybody hates me. They want me to go eat some worms.
These people are all babies.
Just tell, in my opinion, that Mitchell, like, this has been brewing for years. But again, I haven't seen the documentary. Were they not talking about Mitchell in a proper way? Was it disrespectful? Like, again, for those that seen it, I can't wait to see this. Let's continue on, man. Bottom line, Barry Sanders had everything in Detroit. Everyone loved him. Everything was built for Barry to succeed. In his 10-year career, he won one playoff game, and the only reason he didn't win more was everyone else was the problem. How many yards did Barry have in the playoffs in 94, 95?
No, Lindsay, did Eminem make a comment back to this clown?
97. I'll give you a hint. Not very many. We all are to blame for not winning a championship in Detroit, even Barry Sanders. So there's the whole team aspect, you know? No I in team. I don't know. And here he closes it out by saying, I will believe until I die that had we been given more time and patience with the offense and the talent we had, we could have made a deep run in the playoffs and competed to win a Super Bowl. Man, so Scott Mitchell, you know, sounding off, getting it off his chest, which is good, man, you know? But there's always been a lot, like, you guys know if you watch the channel, I love talking sports, right? And
all right, so shout out to Jay Coffee Talk for this video. I love seeing him get dissed on here.
Personally, is everyone's always going to have garbage and everyone's dying. So you're always going to have work. You're always going to be employed, you know? So, you know, as a kid, horrible, but as an adult, you go, it's not a really, you know, if you can get over the people are dead and the garbage stinks, you know, maybe it's a good thing to do. But so Chad, when he was a sexton, my dad had passed away. My parents lived in Arizona at the time.
Oh my God, Chad buried his dad. Wait for it. Oh my God. Tell me it's not true.
And we transported my dad back to Utah.
Oh, yeah,
and he was buried in the cemetery.
Okay.
And there's a city rate if you're a citizen, and then there's a non, even though they had this plot for
oh no, he got a
years.
deal.
And
get a deal?
My family did, yeah. And so I called Chad because they were going to give us the out of town rate. And I'm like, Chad,
stop it. This guy
on Prime Crime.
They were going to give us the out of town rate, and I called Chad and I said, I want the deal, motherfucker. We've had this plot for years, but you didn't know him. I wasn't friends with the dude, but I had his number. I just called him up. I was like, what? They got a deal. I told you.
No, they had this plot for years. And
your family did?
My family did,
okay.
Yeah. And so I called Chad because they were going to give us the out of town rate. And I'm like, Chad, he's like, nope, this is what the rate is. And I'm like, wow, you know, some friend you are.
Fucking fuzzy slippers,
you know,
and lip balls.
Some friend you are.
It's the out of town rate. And I'm like, Chad, he's like, nope, this is what the rate is. And I'm like, wow, you know, some friend you are.
We're really not as stupid as you think we are. Hidden True Crime and Scott Mitchell, we're really not.
He's like, nope, this is what the rate is. And I'm like, wow, you know, some friend you are.
Some friend you are.
On Prime Crime.
You know, and I'm like, here's the
He didn't even give you the friend discount?
Didn't even give me, and this is in a really
He didn't even give you the friend discount? Oh.
This is what the rate is. And I'm like, wow, you know, some friend you are. You know, and I'm like, here's the
He didn't even give you the friend discount?
Didn't even give me, and this is in a really, you know, tender moment of my life. He's just like, sorry, dude, you're going to pay the out of town price. My dad had lived in Springville for years, and I actually lived in Mapleton at the time. So I didn't have a residence in Springville. And so he's like, yeah.
No can do.
Sorry.
Well, a lot of his, if it makes you feel better, did you end up reading that book? Because a lot of the stories he shares in it are pretty cold. And he doesn't seem to have any self-awareness that they are. He shares that there's a...
Speaking of no self-awareness.
Weeping mother who comes each night to read a book to her deceased child, and she cries and does a story time at her child's grave. And then the father comes because Chad had fixed the street light, according to Chad, so it didn't shine down where the mother could actually read the book. And so the husband of this mourning mother came and said, "Could you put that street lamp back down?" And he looked at him and said, "No." And he said the man walked away humiliated and embarrassed, and Chad couldn't believe that he would request such a thing. I mean, there are many of those stories that show a lack of empathy and a lack of self-awareness and not connecting to just being human and helping people.
Yeah, and
Give me that mic.
I didn't know you were going to tell that story about your dad and Chad Daybell. And so I think it's really important because it does show the lack of empathy, right? Like if we're trying to put all these little pieces together, this is another one.
Another example. Yeah. And I didn't read the book. I just have one, like it's a folklore in Springville story about the cemetery that scared you to death. And it was about a young man who had passed away. And if you went to his grave and flashed the lights would turn on. And that was just a story. That's the only thing I remember about.
Wait, what? What was it? If you went to a grave.
And it was about a young man who had passed away. And if you went to his grave and flashed the lights would turn on. And that was just a story. That's the only thing I remember about.
What lights would turn on, dude? What are you talking about? What young man? I need to know who this young man is. I need to know more about this.
Flashed the lights would turn on. And that was just a story. That's the only thing I remember about growing up with that.
That wasn't in his book, but he does talk about people that had not yet gone. Eddie, he referred to a man named Eddie who hadn't gone to the spirit world and was in limbo and had been for years. And then finally Chad said, "Eddie, go home." And Chad took care of it. After all those years, it took Chad to let Eddie know he was good to go. And then Eddie listened. So anyway, wow, I'm so sorry.
Do you know Eddie, Scott?
Sorry, that happened too.
Yeah. It's interesting how that cemetery, because both my parents are there, my grandparents, and now my aunt and uncle. And I find a lot of peace going there. And I don't see people, I don't talk to people, I don't see spirit, any of that. But I certainly find, a great measure of peace visiting. Leave flowers for my parents and grandparents, and it's a very meaningful thing for me to do.
Wait, Chad hit a girl in high school, Lindsay? How come I don't know that?
The cemetery to me has actually been a rather, soulful place, cathartic place. Just it's been a place of peace, really.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful cemetery too.
I'm curious. You said that there's been several times where you thought about reaching out to Chad. You almost knocked on his door when the children were missing and, tried to find out what was going on. What would you say to him today? Like today, if he could hear you.
Okay, so I've had this
a day
battle going on because there's a part of me that says, okay, if I'm a follower of Christ, that it's not up to me to judge people. Christ.
Dude, he murdered children. It's quite okay to judge people. Because Jesus Christ judged people who hurt children. Isn't that what Jesus said? If a man should hurt a children, he should tie something around his neck and throw himself in the lake. Yeah, but he shouldn't judge Chad. No.
Christ invites us to visit and to love our enemies and to visit those who are.
No. He's not your enemy, dude. He's a child killer, and God knows what else. Okay? Let's just be real. We don't really know what happened to those children because of how they fucking disposed of them. Our enemies? What? Love our enemy? No. He's not an enemy. He's a child killer. God damn.
Christ invites us to visit and to love our enemies and to visit those who are afflicted and those that are in prison and those who are, regardless of what's happened.
Lindsay.
So there's been a side of me that said.
Lindsay, would you mind emailing me that link when you get a chance? I'm going to have to review that one. What the fuck? Right. Keys. It's weird. It's like they don't want to say anything bad about him. It's weird.
Maybe I should do that and reach out just from the sake of, regardless, and all these things you've done that I think are deplorable and horrible. And I cannot for the life of me make any sense of it. And if you were my son, I don't know how I would be. I would probably still love my son, but say, you got to own up to this. And I think that's the thing, probably the one that I just say, for your eternal soul, so you can have some measure of peace.
Thanks, Lindsay.
And really, I think out of respect for all of these people and the lives you've just utterly crushed and destroyed.
Right, a wife killer too.
That you need to own up to this, and you need to be honest about it. And you need to just say, I did it. It was wrong. I can't take it back. I'm sorry. And I'll spend the rest of whatever I have in some measure of making amends and making it right. And I don't know how you could even do that, but that's what I'd say. Look, the charade's up. You gotta come clean just for the sake of everyone and for yourself as well.
Do you think it would work?
No, because I think he's when I talked about, he lost the line between truth and fantasy, and his fantasy became reality, and so he just lost in whatever fantasy that he's perpetrated and deceived people with. And I don't think he knows I don't think he thinks he's wrong. Because I think that whole thing about being at BYU and being nothing.
Yeah.
And I think if he ever came back to reality, I think it would be too much to realize, especially now. Like, not only am I nothing, but look at all the things that I've destroyed because I am nothing. I think that would just be too much to bear. So it's easier to just,
Christina,
think that I'm something.
Yeah. It's a tough one. See, the one question we get all the time.
It's a tough one.
And I think you're approaching it here with your answers is people asking us, do you guys think that Chad Daybell really believes this stuff? Does Chad Daybell really believe that there's zombies that need to be extinguished? Right? Like, what's your take on that?
Stories in the Bible, and if you're LDS, stories in the Book of Mormon are, they're out there. Some of them. I mean, it's some of the, Abraham, who all of humanity was going to go through Abraham. He was this choice person in the beginning of the Bible, and God said, you need to kill your son. Like, to hear that as a human, you go, that kind of goes against the conventional wisdom. And Abraham was right at the point of doing it. Now, there's a lot of symbolism behind that, and symbolizing that, me as God gave up my son. I sacrificed my son for all of us. So there's some, symbolism in that. Okay, if Abraham, you're going to have the seed of the world go through you, you have to understand what it's like to give up and sacrifice this son that took forever to get. And it was a miracle to begin with. And Abraham said, I'm willing to do that. And then, so the stories, there's a story in the Book of Mormon about Nephi slaying Laban.
Is he distorting this, Christina? Because I don't know anything about what he's saying. Like, what he just said is like, you may as well be Charlie Brown's teacher going, wah, 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 wah. It looks like the same house. I think that's an Airbnb, but who's that chick?
And commanded by an angel of God to do that. And so there's a lot of, David slew Goliath. I mean, there's, so you can take stories that I think are beautiful and powerful and very meaningful and deep and rich in the scriptures. And I think you can turn them and distort them into, I have I'm doing it in the name of God. I'm doing it in the name of righteousness. You could argue with jihad, this holy war, and, the infidels who have defiled our country or defiled our God, that, kill them all. that whole thing is done in the name of God. And I think when you can distort it in your brain to be from a higher source or from God, then it makes it okay and it makes it right. And I think that's where Chad went with this. I have the ability to determine who's good and who's bad. I've been given this special ability to do it. And these people are already dead anyways. And so I think he can take, I just think religion, and I'm a believer, and I'm not, and I never questioned or wavered in my belief or testimony of what I know. And I'm not dissuaded by it because of Chad Daybell or any of these things that happen. But I can see how people can use what is good and right and turn it and twist it to fit their narrative. And whether it's sneaky or conniving or manipulative, or maybe they have mental health issues, or I don't know, but there certainly is the ability, and you've seen it with a lot of people. I mean, and not just people that have gone off the rails who were from the LDS faith. I mean, there have been other, rather terrible tragedies in the name of religion.
So you see him as a believer, true believer?
No, a true believer of
a true believer of his distorted.
Oh, I think he's a believer of what he's created, but certainly,
yeah.
I just don't think God put us here to do what he did.
Right.
It's not the faith It's
no.
You believe that he is a believer in Chad Daybell's belief system that he distorted.
Yeah, 100%. It's. I think he took something that's good and he twisted it in a way to fit his narrative.
True Crime Sushi. He said that he did not. He said he had his brain scanned and his brain's normal.
He altered what is true and right and made it his own.
Right.
Isn't that weird? Or do you think he was a true believer? Why did John ask that?
Fit his own needs.
You've come a long way, Scott, to sit here at our table. And again, I want to go back to this point that you said, there isn't a day that goes by that I don't think about what Chad Daybell did. And and I think, right, just knowing that someone that did the most egregious, most horrendous, how did we get here? Is there anything that you want to talk about yourself or ask John or share while you're here?
He's kind of overshared at this
that we
point.
Haven't yet. Or did we cover it all?
I really can't think of anything. I really can't. The things that are on my mind or the things I've thought about or, how did he get to where he was and just, I really don't.
Something else I want to say too, because as a true crime podcast, you listen to us, sort of the angle we take and the angle John takes is John's entire career is to try to understand the mind of a criminal and how we got here. And people always say in every episode, but people live difficult lives and they don't become a criminal, right? Like that's a theme and that's true. And so I just also want to point out, in your book, you share about some really difficult things in your childhood. And I think one thing for me that I recognize while reading these two books, I mean, it's wild to have both these books in my hand at the same time, knowing Chad Daybell was a part of both of them. One, by.
Oh my God. Scott sits back. He's like, what? Oh, I have these two books in my hand that Chad Daybell was a part of. Knowing he was a part of them. Oh my. Why is that wild? I think one thing for me that I recognize while reading, it's wild that I just have these books that had Chad Daybell attached to them. I'm not dork.
Some really difficult things in your childhood. And I think one thing for me that I recognize while reading these two books, I mean, it's wild to have both these books in my hand at the same time, knowing Chad Daybell was a part of both of them. One, his autobiography, your memoir, same publisher, Chad Daybell been involved in both. You two started out in the same place.
Hi, Shelley.
And just how different your lives went. And I guess it also goes to what you say you think about all the time, that you're free and he isn't. And I just think that's like a good thing to point out too, that how different lives can go. And I don't, it's something that I want to I guess it's something we kind of explore on Hidden True Crime. And I don't understand it. I don't understand how some people can go such a different direction. But
I think the huge difference between those two books is that in Scott's book, there's this real desire to understand and to know. And the one question you keep asking is, how can I get better? How can I realize my potential? What do I have to do on this journey? Right? Those are questions Chad Daybell never asks. Chad Daybell, in his book, there's always an underlying presumption that he's got the answers. Right?
Huh?
And so that if you read these two
looks
books, they're
lost.
night and day in the sense that, for you, Scott, and I presume this is still true, but there's this, you use the term journey in your book. There's this constant search for ways to improve your life or ways to understand elements of your life at a different level. There's this openness to learning. And that does not exist in Chad Daybell's book.
So Chad and I came from very similar backgrounds as far as grew up in a 2-parent home, grew up in a small community, in the same community.
Right.
Went to school, basically had the same.
Damn, Christina, I agree. She said these people have inflated egos. Any of these three could snap at any moment, and that's terrifying. TikToks aren't terrifying. The idea that these humans have such huge egos that they need to protect at all costs is actually terrifying. Very good point.
Experience with the same religion. And Chad went on an LDS mission. I didn't go on a mission. At least, I spent a lot of time as a missionary, as a professional athlete, and served as a missionary for my church there, and still do today. And I think, for me, to your answer, your
What does that mean? What? I didn't go on a mission.
I spent a lot of time as a missionary, as a professional athlete.
I spent a lot of time as a missionary, as a professional athlete. What, telling Eminem to fuck directly off? What is he talking about?
Served as a missionary for my church there.
Served as a missionary for my church.
And still do today.
And still do today. What does that mean? What do you do when you serve as a missionary for your church?
And I think, for me, to your answer, your kind of assessment of things, Christ asked us to come to him with a broken heart and a contrite spirit. And that's it. And so having that humility and coming to him with that kind of approach allows you to be open to be taught and to be molded and to learn and to become more like Christ. And if you don't have that, if you don't have that humility, I'm just speaking about, this has been my experience. And there is this, what I've learned as I've gotten older is that things hit me differently now. So there's constantly this evolution of how I think, and I kind of equate it to the sun. Like, we need the sun to exist, and the sun comes up in the morning, and the rays that we get from the sun hit us. That's the morning light.
That's what I thought, Felicia, but he was going on rants and snapping at fans and chasing them in the bathroom stalls, wanting to beat their ass and telling everybody in the city of Detroit to fuck directly off. So I'm failing to see where his professional athletism led anyone to Christ, but I digress.
Have the directs, then you have the evening light, but then the sun
very
moves every day.
unlikable to me.
So we get so it takes us an entire year of having the sun, and we can't just sit out in the sun
Is
get
he
it all at once,
married?
right? Because we just burn. And so there's this
Yeah.
kind of process of just,
Yes, we went over it earlier when he played for the Detroit Lions. The fans hated him, and he walked into the stands looking for his family after a game, and a couple guys said, "Hey, Mitchell, you suck," and he chased them into the bathroom, into the stalls, and he wanted to beat their ass. He said,
getting little deposits in your bank every day of just light in the rays of sun that just kind of enlighten us and teach us. And to really grasp that, you need the patience and the humility and the recognition of what's actually happening. And I think someone who has all the answers goes, I'm going to go out into the sun. I'm going to stay there. It's all going to hit me at once, and I'm going to get it all right now, and I'm going to have it all right now. And that person burns and withers and dies, and is never really nourished and grown.
Is that why you called your dad an old, withered up, used up caterpillar?
Completely. And so for me, I've just tried to be patient and get those little rays of sunshine as I could.
He sounds like a very
in the
sad
chapter,
person.
Let me get the chapter here.
And a prick.
Chapter 23, joy comes through sorrow. You talk about something similar. This is the title of this particular passage is Opening My Heart. And so this was a passage that really.
We're reading from his book now. Look, he's getting a little uncomfortable. Look at him. He's like, what page you reading?
Stood out. There were a couple of them here, but this one I want to read in particular. Quote, in unraveling my life and emotions, it all really boiled down to one thing. Which, by the way, when somebody gets to the point in a book where they say it's down to one thing, I'm like, I'm paying attention. So here we have the one thing in Scott Mitchell's book. I love this.
Okay, just read it.
I wanted to go back to my childhood home that we lost when I was growing up. I wanted to find that home again, that feeling, that love, and that acceptance. That's all I wanted to find. I mean, you know, it's a beautiful moment in your book. Have you found it?
So this home that you're referring to, my parents bought it in 1971 for $10,000. It was an originally Adobe home built, pioneer era, when the pioneers came to Utah, and probably the late, I don't know.
They lost their
50s
home.
is probably when it was built originally, and then it was added
to.
And it was a fixer upper, and we spent years.
Lots of people
once it was.
Oh, why don't you ask Lauren how those families felt when her brother and dad ripped them off out of their homes, evicted them out of their own homes? Let's talk about that while we're on the real estate.
Completely. And as a kid, that's what I did. I helped our family remodel this home and build it. And it was beautiful. And it was really the time in my life with my parents, my siblings, my extended family, because I come from a big family. My dad's the oldest of 8. So we spent a lot of time with family. And those were the happiest times, growing up. And
wouldn't that be remarkable, Lindsay, if Lauren's family swindled them out of their house?
I don't think I realized that that's what I was looking for until later. I just felt that there was this thing that I want to get back to, and it was, Christmas was the best time of year. It was there were just all these moments that were just so wonderful in that house. And my parents lost it through a business and a decision, and I was the only one at home. My older sisters had all graduated, so I was the only one left at home at this time.
Dude, a business decision. It could have been.
And so and I just remember literally just being torn from the home that, it wasn't just my childhood. It was a home that I helped to build and to make really special. And after that, my parents never had a home that they owned.
Well, let's see Lauren's face during all this. If she's got empathy.
They rented apartments, houses, condos, and really the house they lived in Arizona when my dad died was a house that I owned, that they lived in.
Yeah.
So, and what it really boils down to, that feeling is love. And it's really, for me, it's having the greatest desire that I have in my life is to have the love of God, to feel.
We've got a cooter chat.
I have you on in the background and forgot until I heard you say, is that why you called your dad a worn out caterpillar? And laughed so hard I choked lol. Who are these PPL? And did you see my email smile?
Kel, not yet. I haven't. I promise I will check them. Thank you so much for your cooter chat. And don't choke, girl. Don't choke. Oh, yes, Lindsay, her innocent dad. Thank you so much for sending a cooter chat.
His love. And that's really what it boils down to. And it's really feeling that inner joy and peace of knowing that you're right with God, that you're that you feel that love from him. And yeah, I have absolutely found that in my life, and really found that I wasn't really far from it to begin with, but realizing that to me was the essence of, and it wasn't the house. It wasn't going, well, if I had a house that was like that one, I had even visions of buying the house.
Visions.
At one point.
He had visions of it. Visions.
Actually, when I moved back to Springville, I asked the people that owned it if I could tour it. And it was, they'd actually made it better than when we had it. But it was still pretty much the same house. But for me, it was and is. It's an inner peace. It's not a place, and it's really that peace with myself. And because I talk about this joy, and how I played professional football for 12 years, but I didn't win a Super Bowl. I'm not in the Hall of Fame. My career was pretty good.
No,
it wasn't like top shelf. Not going to be remembered as one of the all-time great quarterbacks in the NFL. And for so long, I felt like I failed. I've been married before and divorced, and that was really hard on me. I've had business opportunities that have been unsuccessful, and so there. And what I really realized was some of the greatest failures I've had have helped me identify who I really am and what I've developed as a person. And so that joy, or that coming home for me, was realizing that I have a lot of resilience. I have a lot of determination. I have a lot of patience and forgiveness and tolerance, and
take a breath.
These things, these characteristics that I didn't recognize that I had developed until I went through these hard times. And I really found that in myself, like who I was, and I liked that person. And so that to me is coming home.
Come on, John, say something profound.
When you started The Biggest Loser.
Janice.
You talk about working a little bit or meeting with the psychologist that was part of the show, I guess. And one of the things, I was trying to find the passage. I have it marked somewhere, but I'm not finding it. But
I'll find it because I read it last night. You keep talking. But
don't interrupt.
And
damn it.
One of the themes of your book is how competitive you are and how winning is everything, right? And how you've got to be the best. You talk about this numerous times in your book about you got to win the Heisman, you got to win a Super Bowl, you've got to be in the Hall of Fame, right? It's
and he went to play for the Lions and got told he sucked. And now he has dreams of being the naked Biggest Loser. Wow. I think these two guys should start a show. Get a couple other big ins, and we could make it a reality show under Hidden Productions umbrella. I think it sounds like a great idea.
These really high standards and aspirations. And you go to The Biggest Loser, and the psychologist, which I really appreciate, by the way, he basically asks you the question, why is winning so important to you? Right. And you're kind of taken a little bit aback by that. Do you want to talk about that element of your life for a minute?
So it's exhausting, actually. This like, so when I get in the car.
All right, Paul, we'll put you in there. Paul, Scott, and John. Who else we got? Does she have a boyfriend? I love my big guys, Paul. I love them. You know I love you.
And I have to go to my studio from my house. The minute I get in the car, I'm figuring out what is the absolute most optimum, best way, fastest way that I get to my destination. And so my brain just goes in overdrive.
What?
And so even this week.
It's all.
Don't you go to the same place every day, dude?
All the time. So if I drive, I'm playing Tetris.
Okay.
If my wife drives, we're having a conversation, and it's a very so literally, and it's hard, and it's exhausting to have to keep.
I'm confused.
It just doesn't go away. It doesn't turn off. I don't even know how to turn it off. I've learned how to turn it. To kind of, okay, it's okay to just, have a conversation while you're actually driving. But it's certainly been, it's been a blessing. Like it's taken me to a lot of good places, but it's also been a curse. Sometimes it's just, like I said, I just want to get in the car and drive, and I just can't.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm a reckless driver. It's not even like I'm a fast driver. I'm just like, I'm an efficient driver. And sometimes being efficient, I drive fast. Sometimes being efficient, I move 2 or 3 lanes over and pass people all the way from the right. And sometimes I have a very loud verbal conversation about how stupid some of the drivers are and how they just.
He's a fucking hothead is what he is.
Absolutely, just move over.
Yeah. He talked about how many people he hates. And when I was searching for clips of him, his podcast that he has, he talks about hating people, hating certain players. This guy's a hothead. He's an insecure little fucking baby. Can we get some baby shoes in the chat?
Little babies with them high top white shoes on, with the real hard bottom when they about.
He's a big fat baby inside. Oh shit, we don't have the shoes over here. I got to get the shoes over here. They're on J for J. But what the hell?
Please. And really, I almost want to say at this point.
Do you think he really says, move over, please? No.
It's probably the one thing that really drives me bananas. It's just, and I'm really okay with pretty much everything else. Football was really hard for me to watch for a long time. And now I'm just, I'm 56 years old, and if I wanted to play tomorrow, I couldn't anyway. So I just don't worry about it anymore. It's just kind of, from time to time, things will come up that, drive me crazy. But like Barry Sanders complaining about not, it really
there
bothered
you go,
me.
Janice.
Yeah.
There he goes. He brought up Barry Sanders again. Listen, he's. I love when these man babies hang on to things and can't ever get over them. Listen.
Drive me crazy, but like Barry Sanders complaining about not, it really bothered me.
Dude. There you go. There's some shoes. There's some baby bottles. That really bothered me when Barry Sanders said that he didn't win the Super Bowl because of me. And it's just not true.
Everybody likes me, everybody hates me. They want me to go eat some more.
Oh man, remember over here he told everybody. He said, Eminem, fuck you. Look at Marshall Mathers sharing Barry Sanders. Oh.
Yeah.
I can't say with that I've made any peace with it completely. And I don't know if that's a good or bad thing at this point.
You might want to work
in the
on
book
that.
You actually say, he asked you this question and you have the realization that you tied a lot of your self-worth to winning, and you tied this, the idea of obtaining love. Yeah.
And it was really on the show. I realized, the question I think was about, where do you find joy? Like, did you find joy in anything? And at the time I was like, no, like, unless I win.
Wow.
And it was also the mindset
ego.
of everyone.
Yeah.
Like, unless you win a Super Bowl, it's not a successul season. Like, we're here to win. If we don't win, we don't have a job. If we don't win, you're not, and so it's kind of a warped world in some regards, because one team every year wins. So yeah, it's a tough thing, but what it really forced me to do was to look at my life and realize how wonderful my life actually was.
Yeah.
And how there were really and are just tons of things that actually bring me joy, that I can really find a lot of happiness through.
So I think maybe I want to end with this passage, which brings me to my other.
By the way, he went off on this whole Barry Sanders. This documentary came out in 2023. Do you want to know what year he played for the Lions? Let me see. He played for the Lions in 1994. He's got John beat, dude. He 1994, and here he is. What? 19 years later? So that he's got John beat. The record is beat on Biggest Baby, Holding a Grudge. The winner goes to Scott Mitchell.
He's like this little pussy.
Passage. And so we've kind of been talking about this, but I want to just read what you said back in 2014, 2015, when this was being written. And I think it's quite profound, and just kind of get your thoughts about it now. But so this is on page 204. Quote, "What I was missing was that it's not about the destination. It's about being. It's about being a human being. It's about the experience. It's about finding those moments of joy every single day."
Yeah. It was a very powerful change in the way I viewed things when I came to that realization. And it actually came to me like as I was lying in bed on The Biggest Loser one morning, just how all of these moments that I saw where the failures were actually, that's where the success came. That's where I really found who I was when I failed and when I didn't win. And realizing that if you're just so caught up in the end, you don't capture what you've experienced on your way there. And that's what I recognized.
Oh,
like,
30
wow,
years.
I realized I've become all these different things. I found all these things about myself that I didn't know I was even capable of. And they were things I like. And it was shocking to me when I realized that, and how I could actually verbalize what really mattered to me, what I valued. And it was as simple as things like, I like to solve puzzles. I like to figure things out. I like to build things. There were just things like that really brings a lot of joy to me. And being married, just that I believe deeply in that, and having a wonderful relationship. And I do. My children, like it's just the joy I find in just being a part of their lives, not trying to make their life into anything, but just being there in their lives and living their lives with them and supporting them and showing them how valuable and how much I love my children. I wrote all of this out. I don't think I wrote all of it. I may have in the book, but in a journal I have, I wrote it all out in its pages. But if I wasn't forced really to lose, and had I just won, I never would have slowed down enough to go, wow, look at all these wonderful things
music
that you found along the way here that are priceless.
That's how they ended. They are so bizarre. Oh my God. God almighty. Look at this article. Oh, it's behind a paywall. Oh, well. Scott Mitchell, what a jerk. I don't like him. Lindsay Hendricks sent me this little nugget. This is called... It's only 30 minutes. I think we can get through it pretty quickly on 1.25. This is called Chad Daybell Hit Me With His Car, Never Heard Before Story. He is married with 5 kids. He's married. I've never heard this story that Chad Daybell hit anyone. I am so intrigued. Isn't it? Wait. Isn't it funny how they get this serious about a game? Yes, it's a game with money, but it's still a game. It looks like Coffin, but it is Aunt Vicky's daughter, and she's all giggly. And this is the lady who got hit by Chad Daybell. Yeah, it was kind of weird. Like, that was a weird ending. Ugh. It just was icky. The music and all. You're in for a treat with this story. Okay, I kind of figured as much. Let's see if we can't get this better. Okay, there we go. Captions on. Here we go.
All right. Okay. We are live. Hello, Hidden Gems. We are live. This is not your app.
Hello, Hidden Gems. Gems. You're gems. You're not gems. You're gems. Look at even her denim shirt has puffy sleeves.
We are live. Hello, Hidden Gems. We are live. This is not your average after court show today. Typically, at least this week, Dr. John, my host, has come on and shared with you everything that we think about trial. And today was a huge day in trial. But first, that is going to wait until Saturday for our Hidden Hour Saturday. Right now, let me introduce to all of you who I am with. And by the way, are we live yet? Because it still says.
Why is she sitting so far behind her? Hidden Gems. This is Tammy Daybell's niece or cousin, I guess it would be. She looks like a hostage. Scoot up. Share the mic.
0 here. Am I live? Am I live? So some people are asking. Oh, there we go. Okay. I hope the people have been hearing. So for those that may have missed it, yeah, we're live. We are going to wait until Saturday to discuss everything that happened in court today. Dr. John has a lot to say. He's been watching it. And so this is going to be unique and not probably what you expected as far as a trial recap goes. But wow. Okay, let me share who I'm with. First, I want to introduce to all of you the incredible woman behind me. This is Julie Brooks, and Julie is Tammy Daybell's cousin. By complete coincidence, Julie also knew Tylee and JJ and Charles and Lori because you moved to Arizona. You grew up in Springville with the Daybells and Tammy's family, and you're Tammy's cousin. And so you knew Heather Daybell, you knew Matt, you know Chad, and then you went to church and you taught Tylee and you took her to girls camp. Here, and this is the mic, so forgive. You might need to scoot up just a little bit more, Julie.
Yeah, just a brief little introduction about that. When they moved back from Hawaii, they moved into our ward. And I was in the primary at the time. But Tylee and my daughter were super close, same age. And so my husband was also friends with Charles. So I was in with JJ and Lori for about a year. She was also in the primary. And then, just Tylee and Noelle, my oldest daughter, were super good friends. And then, Charles and my husband were also friends. So we got to know them while they were in our ward for about a year.
It's wild.
Yeah,
in fact,
it's crazy.
And I can say that your daughter actually wrote some of the words.
I think they're in an Airbnb because they're attending the trial. But this lady's like, okay, I'm here to talk about how Chad Daybell hit me with his car. Can we get to it?
For Tylee at the memorial.
Yes.
They were close friends.
Yes. This has been a pretty crazy story for our family.
Yeah.
So
you've known almost every person I've interviewed when it comes to the Daybells and the Douglases, and it means your family, your friends.
Yeah, I mean Tammy's mom, my mom are sisters, and I know you guys have seen my mom
Vicky,
on here.
Aunt Vicky is her mother.
My mom is Aunt Vicky, and we love her. And then grew up with the Daybells, and I knew them really well as well. So really close to the situation on both ends, and so yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's wild. And Julie has not yet done an interview, and we want to go further. Scoot up just a little bit more because this mic is. No, I'm sorry for all the scooting up, everyone, too. So thank you for being here. And clearly today was a really heavy day in court. And by the way, I did 2 lives after lunch, and there was such a bad glitch. I know that I went live, everyone, and that there was a hot mic. We're all very relieved that everything was okay. But I went live twice, and it was a very heavy day in court. So I just want to let you guys know that we've been.
This lady's sitting here like, okay, we're 5 minutes in, and you haven't even introduced me yet. Y'all, did you want to do your own show first and then add me in? Like, what are you doing?
Together with Vicky as well as Tammy Daybell's cousin
CH, you don't have to
and
behave.
Vicky, and decompressing after a really hard day in court. There were tears. It was very hard to hear about things. So, and we'll get back to that. But I want you guys all to know too that we went to lunch. We were decompressing. We were laughing together, and all of a sudden, Amanda comes up. And this is Amanda.
Hello.
And Amanda has a heck of a story. And all of a sudden,
trigger warning, if you've ever been hit by a car, they think it's hilarious. Oh, fuck. I'm going to get mad then because that is going to trigger the fuck out of me. I have a very personal story. Oh, fuck. Hot Mike, this was the day she was talking about summer.
I'm hearing a story about how Chad Daybell ran over a young girl with a car, and it was your friend.
Yes.
Like
my best friend.
Your
Amanda.
best friend Amanda.
Yes.
Oh, wait, these two know each other? I'm hearing a story about how Chad Daybell ran over a young girl. Fuck all of you. Fuck all three of you. Fucking weirdos. Hot Mike was Arizona. This was in Idaho. Thank you. I'm going to get mad.
This is a story that is crazy to hear, especially now.
Yeah. And I mean, it's traumatic enough being hit by a car when you're in 8th grade.
7. Well, oh no, 8.
No,
Yes, 8. Junior high. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a never heard before Chad Daybell story. So it's already shocking enough to just be like, yeah, when I was in 7th grade, I was hit and ran over. Well, now it's, yeah, Chad Daybell hit me.
Christina said, this is her friend Sarah's house in Boise. This was not the summer hot Mike day.
I know.
And ran over me. So can you tell us this story? Take us back to Springville.
I know.
To 7th grade Amanda.
Yes.
And what happened? And people are like, what the heck?
Yeah. I know it. I mean, obviously we're laughing now because but so Julie and I are best friends still, long friendship.
Like, oh my God, I don't know if I can listen to her. Amanda. Oh, Jesus Christ. I couldn't. Thank God this is 30 minutes.
And at the time, Julie lived just kitty corner from the junior high, just right across the street. And I was always late, but for some reason that day I got dropped off early, like extremely early. And I'm like, I'm not just standing in the school when my best friend just lives across the street. So I left and walked to Julie's house, and you just have to cross the street, and was crossing the street and got hit by a car. I obviously wasn't looking either, but Chad was driving to school, and because he was in high school at the time. Jules,
was he in high school or just out? He's quite a few years older than us, so I'm not sure his grade, but yeah, he was driving past that way.
Vicky implied that he might have started dating your cousin Tammy by this point.
Yeah, so maybe he was older.
Maybe just got off his mission or something.
I think he had just probably gotten home off his mission, actually.
Yes. Well, and that's probably true. I think he was taking to school, and because Matt was in the car too, I remember.
Yes.
So Matt was in high school most likely, or just there. But anyway.
Who the hell? Who's Matt? Oh, Heather Daybell's husband? This is fucking weird.
Yes, he hit me with the car in the crosswalk, and I believe, if I remember right, it was because like the sun was just at that perfect place where you just can't see very well.
Okay,
and he
maybe.
We'll give him the benefit of.
Lauren says, yeah, maybe he did it on purpose. This is so fucking funny. I forgot to laugh.
But now, I don't know.
At the time, that's what we all assumed.
Yes.
So he clipped me, and I think I like fell over the hood of the car and landed in the front. I just remember I was completely in front, and the car was like right there. And
Heather Daybell's brother? I don't know who Heather Daybell is. I don't know who she is. Is she married in the Daybell family? Or is she a Daybell? I thought she was married in. I'm confused. They're laughing because she rolled over the hood?
I think I do remember him coming over instantly and seeing if I was okay. And I do remember him trying to say, can I pick you up and move you? But my leg was hurt. It wasn't broken, but I sprained my knee really badly. And he tried to pick me up, and I was like, don't touch me. Like, leave me there. And then after that,
where was he going to move her to?
Ambulance came. It was kind of really embarrassing, to tell you the truth. But at the time, I do remember him feeling badly about it and staying there in front of me trying. I think he asked like 3 or 4 times, can I move you? Because we were just in the middle of the road and it made sense to try to move me, but I was not having it at the time. So
and you're like, don't touch me after. I don't want to do you either. And then so an ambulance came.
Yes.
And then
she couldn't walk.
You couldn't
'cause her
walk.
knee
You were sitting in the middle of the road. You clearly couldn't walk.
No, I was laying in the middle of the road and my knee, I didn't know at the time, we didn't know what was going, but I definitely knew something was wrong with my leg. And I think I just had minor scrapes at that point, like elbow and stuff like that. And then Julie, I remember my dad coming. Somebody called my dad, most likely Vicky, maybe, or you. Because I do remember Vicky and you coming over.
Yeah. We came over, we were like distraught. We were like,
all of us.
I think, tears.
Yeah.
Like
That's
crying.
when I started crying is when you and Vicky got there.
Yeah.
And then that's when I broke down crying.
we were mostly crying because they ripped her. This is what we were laughing about, because they ripped her new Guess jeans that were like white and so cute and pretty.
They were so cute.
And we couldn't believe that she had her jeans ruined after that.
That's why we were crying.
Yeah.
You're crying about the jeans?
About the jeans. We were like, how could they do that? But her knee was pretty messed up. So
yes, my new Guess jeans.
Yeah.
Shallow much?
To be cut. And it was a sad day. So yes, that is my claim to fame, I guess you can say, a little bit.
Did he apologize later, or like was there anything that happens after? Like I'm so sorry?
Yes, I do remember. I do remember him saying then too, like, I'm so sorry I didn't see you. I'm so sorry I didn't see you, a few times. And then if I remember right, I think he did come over because we actually just lived down or just around the block from the Daybells also. So Vicky, hi.
Pair of pants. Here's that Vicky, and so True Crime Utah is asking, did Chad pay for the new pair of pants?
No, Aunt Vicky did.
She did. She
Hi, how are you?
delivered. Good. How are you?
Good. How's your
Utah.
knee? Holding up?
Do you know I still have my knee is still not right. It had a lot of scar tissue, and so I kind of have like this bump on my knee that just never really went away. And even sometimes, like if anybody like squeezes my leg or my knee, I'm like, ouch, it hurts. I know.
Like, Chad Daybell hit me with a car.
It's true. It's true. I think of that every time. I'm like, damn that Chad Daybell. Literally.
Yeah.
You're like, I need to talk to the detectives in Boise.
Well, yeah, I mean,
There's
maybe
something going on here.
Maybe you can take action. You've got a lot of witnesses to
Yeah.
this. So
Little did we know.
yeah, someone saying this is clickbait. How's it clickbait? Chad Daybell hit me with a car and ran me over, and here's the person
the literal
to.
story.
It's like literally what happened here.
Yep.
Yes.
Clickbait. You guys, come on. How could I have been more
Be
precise?
nicer, people. This is entertainment for you.
I know, a little anticlimactic, I'm sorry, but that did happen. And I will say, like I mentioned before, that the story has come up more in the last year than ever before in my life.
Anticlimactic?
When I say that I was hit by a car by Chad Daybell.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are like, this is the opposite of clickbait.
I can attest to it happening. I remember that morning. I remember hearing the fire truck. I remember, or the ambulance, whatever it was. And then, and then a limping girl coming to the door. Somebody hit me. Chad Daybell ran over me. I'm like, what? He's dating my niece.
She couldn't even come over. We ended up going over there
I
because
can't remember. I just remember maybe we carried her into the house.
No, the ambulance ended up coming.
It's literally so long ago, but I do remember shopping for those pants that day. I felt so bad. She was crying because that and her pants.
Yeah.
People are saying that Piper said this is perfect for the 2 truths and a lie game. I remember when someone shared that they were Ted Bundy's bishop during that game. And so, yeah, you're right. That is actually, but that one was a lie. Yours is going to be the truth.
Huh? What the fuck? Christina says Vicky gave Lauren a necklace for Christmas that says be kind. But when you pull down this one part of the necklace, it says be kind of a bitch. What is she talking?
Truth and a lie game. I remember when someone shared that they were Ted Bundy's bishop during that game. And so, yeah.
Wait. She was playing 2 truths and a lie with people. And one of the people she was playing with lied and said they were the bishop to Ted Bundy. How old were these people, men you were playing 2 truths and a lie with? That they would be Ted Bundy, that you could even... What?
Or maybe we carried her into the house.
No, the ambulance ended up coming.
It's literally so long ago, but I do remember shopping for those pants that day. I felt so bad. She was crying because that and her pants.
Yeah.
People are saying that Piper said this is perfect for the two truths and a lie game. I remember when someone shared that they were Ted Bundy's bishop during that game. And so, yeah, you're right. That is actually, but that one was a lie. Yours is going to be the truth.
Yes. I'll have to remember that. Yes. That is a good one.
You look gorgeous.
Thanks. I think there must be a filter. Please tell me you have a filter on here.
What do you do in Michigan?
She's in Michigan.
What do you mean?
Are you working?
I'm like, well, yes, I just opened up a salon, a lash salon here in Michigan. So we've been here a little over 20 years. So
wow.
Grew up in Utah and then moved out here when we were mid-20s after college.
I have some questions. So
I'm gonna go.
Okay. Well, thank you for getting her jeans.
Yes.
Yeah. It really was the highlight of that whole situation.
That's a sweet story about Vicky buying you your Guess jeans.
She did.
Christina, are you
and I guess it was
kidding me?
your cousin was his new girlfriend, I guess.
Yeah,
Tammy.
yeah.
He was just starting to date Tammy.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't a question. This is a statement. I've read Chad Daybell's autobiography several times, and I find autobiographies interesting in how people choose what stories go into an autobiography, what matters. And I can tell you that he has some odd stories. He likes to talk about the book he wrote in 3rd grade about the murder. Someone was his first murder novel. And he likes to talk about a moment where he was killing bees. And then a voice told him that he should stop. He didn't know why he kept killing these bees. He did not ever share a story about hitting a young girl with a car. He talked about his own near-death experiences, but he never talked about a near-death experience that he almost affected somebody else's, maybe near death. And he also, I also find it interesting because I feel like, this could have been his Lazarus moment where he brought
so
you back,
excited.
where he had a vision that you were going to be okay, or that all was well. None of that.
God, this is only 1 year ago. This is May 23rd, 2024. May 23rd, 2024.
Like you don't make his autobiography. And so I just want to tell you that I find your story profound. I want you to know that to me, this story, I'm like, how have I not heard this story before?
Wow.
Julie and I were talking about it at lunch and we have questions. I was like, did he know Amanda? Did he like Amanda?
Well, it's kind of interesting also just to think that a story about showing, it would have showed.
She's so damn excited.
And he doesn't talk about that.
He doesn't talk about it.
So it's like, now obviously it makes sense, but it's interesting that wasn't something that was important to him. Yeah.
It wasn't important to him. Right. He could have used this to show that he felt terrible, that he made a mistake, that he prayed and he had a vision, that she was going to be okay.
Yeah.
None of that. I find it interesting what stories people omit, they don't put in their autobiographies too. And this did not affect his life too much that you made the story, but your life has clearly been affected. You still have issues with your knee and it's problematic. And I'm really sorry. I want to say that too. And I'm sorry that happened to you as a child. I'm sure that was very traumatic, whether it was Chad Daybell or not. It must have been very traumatic. Knowing now that it was Chad Daybell must increase the trauma.
A little weird.
It makes it a little more
an afterthought,
I guess. But yeah, I do remember it was a rough,
it makes it a little more exciting, I guess.
I did miss school for a while, and then remember I was on crutches for months, and
that's a lot.
It was a big deal. And obviously we were making light of it. It was a lighter moment of today. Just obviously you're okay, but at the time it was a big deal for sure. And now obviously knowing, it's just kind of brings that craziness to light a little bit from way back then.
Yeah, right. And people do want to know.
Yeah. This is the necklace that Aunt Vicky gave to Lauren. Be kind of a bitch. She's a bad bitch. She knows exactly what she wants. She's you. Never apologize for being a powerful fucking woman. And it's the necklace and it pulls down and it says, of a bitch. Alrighty then. Cool.
Do you have visions now that you see beyond the veil? And Anything you want to tell us? You.
I know nothing was transferred. That's heaven above.
Okay, and some people are giving you suggestions for indexes in your knees that can really help.
Ooh, I think it's like what is that called? Where I'll have to look into all of it.
Or something like that.
Yeah, I should try it.
Yeah. Well, Amanda, thank you for telling this story. Like I said, I think it's one, here I've been covering this case for nearly 5 years.
Okay. In fairness, Christina doesn't know if it came with the card, but it was that necklace in gold.
And never have I ever heard the story of Chad Daybell hitting a young girl with a car. It is a story I think you're gonna probably tell for the rest of your life. And I am very glad you're okay. That is a very scary thing when you're a child. Like you said, we can laugh about it or giggle about it now, but that would have been really traumatic. And I'm truly glad that you're okay.
Thank you. Thanks. Yes, I'm glad. And it is, now that you say that, not to make a big deal out of it, because anyway, it was fine. But it is interesting that he never brought it up. Like, it's kind of weird. I mean, I never really have thought about it much, but now I'm just like, gosh, he talks about everything in his life. And it seems like that would be just as traumatic for him as it was for me.
Yeah, because it could have ended up very badly. I mean, way worse.
Yeah.
So it's like, how was that not a notable experience for you?
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, right. I know. I think John and I are going to have a bit of a talk about why this story didn't matter to him. It is telling.
Yeah.
What does that tell us about him? And thank you. And if I'm ever in Michigan, I will.
Listen, why do we need anything more to tell us what we already know about him? Who cares? He murdered people. He murdered, in your language. Oh, we'll have to see what Dr. John thinks about why Chad Daybell didn't tell your hit story. I mean, what?
Tell us about him. And thank you. And if I'm ever in Michigan, I will call you up for some lashes. I love lash.
Oh my goodness.
God.
Give me, well, you have my email. So.
Oh God, not another lash girl. I don't know you. Okay. She doesn't know you, lady. She only has your email because she wanted to get lashes. Remember that.
Yes, I have your
email anytime.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and we will see you later.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Okay,
bye.
If you're okay, are you okay staying on here for a little bit longer?
Yeah.
Okay. And let me share this. Thank you for being here, Julie. I do want to do an interview with Julie later, like next week sometime. We're talking. Yeah.
You're out there giggling.
Yeah. But do you know what I love though? So there's also another cousin of Tammy's out there too. And I just want to say this. I've gotten to know Tammy Daybell's family so well. There's no question in my mind that she
gag me with a spoon.
Woman, you guys are, I've listened to them.
Yeah. We always were laughing. Like when we were together, even in our adult years when it was not as often, but when we could get together, it was always laughing and giggling and
what is that noise?
Kind of egging each other on constantly. And we just had so much fun. Yeah.
What are they doing in the background there?
She was so much fun.
Yeah, and people are saying, Julie, want to hear about more about Tyler. She's often forgotten in the mix, and that is true. And that's what we're going to do next week. Is there anything you want to share right now, or would you rather?
There's a lot of things to share about Tylee. I mean, she was just such a special, sweet girl, and I don't want to get emotional, but.
Okay, this is very off-putting because there's people laughing their asses off on the other side of this door and you can hear them.
I think today was just kind of a harder day to listen to as far as Tylee was concerned. And it's just, we just loved her so much. And this has been just a hard thing for my daughter, not only for my daughter, but the girls and the friends that she had before she left. And so I definitely will share a little bit more about her when we have a chance to talk more. But yeah, she just was so much fun, and she was just hilarious and like fun sarcasm and super witty. And it's fun to look back on the messages that her and my daughter Noelle shared, and just to see her sense of humor come out. And she just always made everything fun. So yeah, I'm excited to talk about her a little bit.
Yeah, I'm excited too. And your daughter Noelle was one of those that shared memories of Tylee at the memorial. And yeah, you know her well. I have heard stories from Julie that I've never heard about Tylee anywhere else. And also just the story of you putting the pieces together. It always is surprising to hear that when you're like, and Vicky has told the story, and I'm going to remind you of this. Vicky has told the story of her daughter knocking on her door saying, mom, like Cammie. And that was you.
Yeah.
So that you guys can have the full story, and you still didn't know that it was going to be Lori. And maybe let's talk about that for just a second too. So like, how did you find that out? So you learned that your dear cousin Tammy.
Yeah. So that started the day that Tammy passed away. My brother had called me and told me that she had passed away, and I was shocked, and I was like, what happened? And he had heard that from Tammy's brother that she had passed away, like she had a coughing fit, kind of what everybody has heard. She had a coughing fit, and then she aspirated, and that she was found passed away in the morning. And immediately that did not set well with me. And I said, well, are they going to get an autopsy? Are they going to figure out, like, because that doesn't sound normal. And he said, I guess they're not getting an autopsy. And I was like, again, that just did not sit well with me. That didn't sound right. And something just fell off. And I remember the next day, it was Sunday, I saw a couple of friends and I said, okay, tell me if this sounds weird. Because I was thinking maybe I'm reading into the situation. And I told them what happened. And they both were like, no, that's definitely suspicious. I said, okay, maybe I was watching too much Dateline and I just assumed, like, I didn't want to do that. But there was a gut feeling for me that just did
people
not
in their Dateline.
set right. And so, yeah, so I was just like, okay, this is not okay. And then, but that day, yeah, I had tried to call my mom, and I think she was sick or not feeling well, and she wasn't answering. And so I ran over to her house, and I was like not pounding on her door. She's like, what's wrong? And I told her right away just what I had heard and what happened. And I think I was just really upset and crying, and it just kind of like my other cousin Patty had said, like, it just felt so unbelievable because even though I hadn't like seen her in a while, we had kept in touch just through like Facebook and just stuff.
Oh, thank God we have a Cooter chat.
I have never given you a gift that called you a bitch, nor would I. Thanks for being awesome.
Thank you, Flo. Yeah, I wouldn't give a gift like that either. It just kind of tells a lot about the dynamics. Thank you for the Cooter chat, Flo.
Stuff like that, like just normal communication. We tried to go like get together with just like the girls whenever, you know, I was in Utah or they were in Utah, and you know, do a lunch or something like that. But it was just felt so unbelievable, and it didn't feel right. It didn't feel like what we were hearing just did not settle well with us.
That's what your mom said, that you questioned things from the very beginning.
Immediately was like, no, this was not a natural thing, which was actually kind of weird. I don't know why I felt that way. I think I knew, but it just didn't settle well with me. And then obviously things unfolded, and then I really was caught off guard by everything.
Yeah. And I'd make sure you're just up. Sorry, this microphone And like I said, I'm not going to make you tell too much. We're going to do this next week, but will you just share the moment? How did you figure out then that your old friends like Lori and Charles,
how that connection came around? So yeah, when we had heard that, because we kind of heard about the funeral, and we weren't able to make it because the funeral was it happened so quickly that we were all just like, I my kids in school, and it was just hard to find somebody so quickly. And so I was just like, we can't make it, I guess. And I just felt so terrible about that. My mom felt the same way. It was just didn't feel right that we weren't there. So that kind of was irritating, and it was frustrating that, you know, that happened and we weren't able to make it.
I mean, I think we've all come to the conclusion that she doesn't really give a shit about much of anything other than herself.
And also didn't set well because we were hearing little details of just different things, like no autopsy, they're having it really quick. And so we were just like, oh, man, this is just so hard. So then my aunt was like texting me, and she said, did you guys hear, this is when Chad got married, and she said, did you guys hear that he got married? And I said, what? Like, no, what the heck? That's so crazy. And then I was like, every time I heard something, it would just confirm to me why I felt the way I felt immediately. And so she was like, we need to figure out who this is. And, you know, I'm all about like trying to figure out, you know, research online, whatever. I was like, yeah, we need to figure out who this is. What the heck? And then one day she texted me, she goes, I guess it was somebody that lived in Chandler, and her husband died. And I was like, she was, I think I heard they said he was shot. And I'm like, that's so crazy, because that's where I live. And I'm like, I feel like I would have heard that. That doesn't make sense. So I Google it, and it says Charles Vallow. And I was like, what the heck? Like, my heart just like stopped. Honestly, I was like, and I look over at my husband, and I was like, I know who that is. Like, we know him. And I'm like, this is Lord. I'm like, oh my God. It was like I can only describe it like in the movies when like like somebody's life flashes before their eyes, and it's like fast forward. And I was just like, all these memories and things that went through my mind, like, oh
That
my
is
gosh. And I
wild.
had like a panic attack because I realized right then who it was.
Oh, this woman's story is crazy. And you're right, Paula. She's got a woman opening up to her and she's obsessed with the chat. Like she's looking at her out of the corner of her eye, and this is wild.
And I was like, no. And then immediately I was like texting my daughter, like, have you heard from Tylee at all? Mm-hmm. And then I was texting her friends, and they were like, no, we haven't heard from her. And she had just gone that June before she left to go to Idaho. She had gone to girls camp with us. And so that was the last that like I had seen her.
Ever saw her. I never saw her.
Mm-hmm. I never saw her.
I'm so sorry. And I know we'll stop there.
Oh, I'm so sorry. She can't even say I'm so sorry. And oh God. This woman just poured her heart out, dude. She knew Charles. She knew Tammy. She knew Tylee. For fuck's sake. I'm so sorry. But anyways, back to the hidden gems.
Ever saw her. I never saw her.
Mm-hmm. I never saw her.
I'm so sorry. And I know we'll stop there.
Okay.
We'll stop there. I know the court was really hard for you.
It was hard.
And for your cousin Patty and for your mom today.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt it too. I was sitting close to you. And, but you know, in one sense,
yeah, she said they were friends with him. And then she's like, we know him. We know him. Random old lady. I don't know. I'm stunned right now.
I want to say this too, though, that I say court is good. And when I say that, I mean good for justice.
Yes.
And I'm very glad that John Pryor thought that was going to be a good defense witness, because we all remembered what happened to Tylee today. And I'm very sorry that that happened, that you had to hear about.
Yeah, it's hard because it's obviously like necessary to highlight those things in order to have the jury understand what actually happened to her. And as hard as that is, like, I do want them to understand, because obviously at the end of the day, we want justice for her. But I mean,
poor thing.
My heart is broken for them. So it's worth it. It's worth it to be here and to support not only my cousin, Tammy, but also it's
Kylie, they're all downloaded. I just need to know which one it's about. Yeah, I have all of them downloaded.
Means something for me to be here for the kids and for Charles too.
Yeah. And you taught JJ, didn't you? You taught JJ.
Mm-hmm. And he was in there every week.
Okay, sounds good, Kylie.
He's such a cutie, and yeah, we just loved him. So yeah.
Oh, she knew JJ too. Hey, Rachia, good to see you. It is really hard to watch, I'm sure.
We will be hearing more. I want to do a very scheduled sit-down interview so we can give you the space and the time and the support you need. So we'll do that next week.
Welcome back.
And yeah, and I'm sorry. And thank you for being here too. You know,
oh, and I'm sorry. You know, the first one was, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. She doesn't care about these victims, dude. The more they cry, the more clicks she gets. Oh, yeah, this is Lauren. I'm waiting for the claw hands. Caw-caw, caw-caw. Look at her. This is the face of genuine sorrow and pain. I can't ignore it. I'm sorry. And she's worried about how she looks on camera or what her chat's saying. Should have never brought it up, because she knew what kind of emotion it was going to bring out in this woman. She knew it.
A very scheduled sit-down interview so we can give you the space and the time and the support you need. So we'll do that next week.
We'll just get you, all worked up right now for the clicks.
And yeah, and I'm sorry. And thank you for being here too. You know, you guys have showed such a dedication to be here as much as you can. You know, I know you have children and you're being so busy and you're out of state, but I thank you to your family too, has helped us to get to know all of these victims better.
Yeah.
And be invited into their lives. And I think I just want to say you've taught me too more about Tammy, more about Tylee, more about JJ. I just love them all more.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Tylee for sure it's hard because there's so many girls that knew.
You love them all more. The things you said would say otherwise.
Her before all this happened, and some of them have not even processed or know exactly what happened because it's too hard, it's too much, and I completely understand that, and even my own daughter can't delve too far into it because it is so hard.
Oh, she even said delve.
And so there are a lot of things that people don't know because those girls are still having a hard time with it. And so like she just was so loved and she was a good friend, and I'm happy to share a few things about her and just help people to get to know her a little bit better. Although I think seeing her smile and seeing some of the pictures that people post and stuff, I think also portrays.
So Calissa says there was never any follow-up in-depth interview. No.
Just how sweet and lively she was. And so I'm grateful for that.
Me too. Well, thank you. Yes, after a hard day from court, I'm so glad that we were able to really what a live, laugh a little bit and cry a little bit. And I just want you to know that I feel like that's how it's been, almost like.
She's so nonchalant, dude. She expects this woman to just bounce back from that. Laugh a little bit, cry a little bit. It is what it is. And let's go to bed. What's for dinner?
Yeah. Every moment of this, it is so heavy. We're either laughing or crying or laughing again. And we're just thankful for this community too, where I am, where we can do this all with you. And learn so much more. So thank you, Julie, for introducing yourself, because many people have been wondering.
Yeah. Happy to be here.
Yeah. And for those wondering, I did 2 lunch lives today. One got cut off.
This is her first time on the show. 2 days before this, she was messing with Hellas. Thanks, Kylie.
Kind of, and then it kept going. Yeah. Like Phantom kept going after the other live.
Yeah.
But I shared in 2 separate lives what happened today in court. And then Dr. John, my co-host, my husband, was also watching.
This is May 23rd.
And this hidden hour, Saturday night, we're going to be going live with that and the latest. And then the defense rested today, and now we're starting on rebuttals. So I'll bring you the very latest Saturday night for hidden hour. And then next week, we're going to do a sit down with Julie, and we'll have that scheduled so that nobody misses it. So thank you, everyone, for supporting the victims and justice, and let Amanda know how grateful we are.
I will.
To tell her story and that she's okay.
Yeah.
And I think we're all going to now be speculating about what's really going through Chad Daybell's mind.
I know. As soon as all this came about, I was texted her and said, "Oh my gosh, isn't it so crazy that he tried to kill you back in the day?" We were just kind of giggling, but it is crazy.
I know.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah. All right. Thanks, everyone. We will see you Saturday night, or I will see you Saturday night. Julie will see you next week. And right now, as I always say, during this trial, may justice be served. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Wow. It never gets any better. She never did a bigger interview with Julie, several of you are saying. Yeah, it's really gross to look back on this. It really makes me feel bad for these people. I left Boise the day before this. It was my 3rd trip up. Wow. Did you notice, Christina, like at that time, did you feel like she was taking advantage? Aunt Vicky influenced how Lauren navigated their family. I can get down with that. I mean, but then again, victims can get excited because they think they have an advocate through all of this, someone who especially when they portray themselves as, some professional journalist with a professional psychologist husband with all of this experience under his belt, with all of these amazing things he's done and amazing schools he's gone to. They melt right into their hands. They literally do. Like, John and Lauren manage to put the right formula together that would make a victim melt in their hand. I was there for the one the day before at this house. I don't remember oh, you don't remember this one? I thought she actually cared. Lauren and Aunt Vicky took a picture with the 7Gs the day before. No way. That was the day before. Did Lauren talk crap about Vicky too? I wonder if Vicky's kind of like Trisha, where she ran to her and apologized really quick. I love that, Maria. Yeah, I would have side-eyed this, but there's a lot of weak people. The day before was Joe Murray's brother. Is that Emma's husband? Oh my God, Lisa Smith, I read that and I thought you said you got boned at 18. And then I saw pregnant. I was like, what? T-bone. Oh my God. I'm so glad you're okay, Lisa. Yes, I've heard through the grapevine that happened. Weird. So Emma's husband's brother? So they must be paying people, Christina. Is it true they're paying for all these? So she interviewed Emma's brother-in-law. I mean, she wanted every nook and cranny of Chad Daybell. I mean, she had the long grift going for this case, huh? Wow. So from that to Marshall Mathers to the blown out Cooter emblem, we have seen it all today. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I am starving, Marvin. I hate watching these, but damn, is it telling? Christina says, I heard through a friend of a friend of a friend, so take it with a grain of salt, but I heard she pulled what she did with Trisha with Vicky too. I figured. Googie, that's really nice to say. Googie says, Christina McAttack, you should not have had to go through the shit you went through with this witch. I wish you peace and happiness in the days and months to come. You deserve it, girl. We are here. And I second that. Hey, Michelle. I hope you had a good day. Kalisa says it seems like Lauren just wanted an interview with the woman who got run over. Julie was an afterthought, stuck in the corner, left sad and crying. You're good, Googie. Googie. Yeah, that is really gross. But they're always gross. They never disappoint with the grossness. Ugh. But it was good to hang out with you guys today. Tomorrow is Friday. I'm doing True Crime Friday over on James for Justice. We're going to be talking Idaho, all things Idaho 4, new stuff, new docs, new pics, new interviews with the family.
A cooter de ville.
Until then,
devil drives a cooter de ville. I saw the dreadlock.
get in the cooter de ville.
Not against her will. I got time to kill. Way down in Cootersville. Okay.
By the way, I'll be back on Saturday over on this channel to do some more review roasts, whatever we're gonna do. I don't know. Lynn Allen, thank you so much for the compliment. I love you guys. You guys are so nice. I don't know. I haven't heard from Kresha, but maybe this weekend me and Kresha can get together and do a little panel or something. What else did I want to tell you? I don't know. Let's just get the hell out of here. What are we going to listen to? Oh, I got a perfect one. Okay, I got a perfect song. You guys ready for our credits? They're probably going to be really short because you guys didn't send much love today. However, I appreciate the ones who did. I appreciate you all, actually. If you could hit the like button, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to shut the fuck up now before I put my foot further down my throat. I love all of you. Thank you so much. I think I need food. Oh, God, it's on fast speed. Let's try that again, Cooterville.